Hello, everybody. Hello, Happy. Hello, Flame. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Um, I'm just kind of hanging out a little bit because I want to mess with my Oshi page a little bit. Um, we are on Spoons. Spoons, hello. Hello. This is what I managed to do so far. I'm still kind of working on it. I don't really know how to do. Yeah. Oh my god, good job, Flames. I knew you could do it. I knew you could do it. I have a button for this. 8 out of 8. Good job. Fuck yeah. Maybe we'll see more people get some 8 out of 8s today. Hopefully. Oh, my eye is like... My eye's a lot better than it has been the last few days, but it's like itchy. I'm happy that you could get it. Let me load her on up so I could get it done. Gotta wait for it to load and then you could have a little laugh. I'm gonna lurk probably around, no problemo. I hope the rest of work was good or that you slept good. There you are, little buddy. There you go. Hope your eye feel better. It do feel a lot better. It looks a lot better too. Looks almost back to normal. I just still gotta be a little careful about it. Yeah, I just got up heading to work soon. No problem. I hope the work goes super smooth, super easy, super chill. I'm like touching on something on my eyelash, but now I don't know what I'm touching. Okay. My eyelash is like in my eye and I'm trying to get it out. Please. One second. I'm gonna try to fix my eyeball. I got it. We Gucci. Yeah, my eye's looking a lot better today. The swelling has gone down pretty much to minimal. And now I just got the little bumpy go down. Hi, Fruitbat. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Okay, so I'm pretty happy with like the border. I think I want to reset it though. Can I save this?
Hello,
Save draft.
I am good.
Oh my god, Ruben, thank you for the tier 2 sub for 9 motherfucking months. I love you. Oh my god. Thank you. I appreciate you so fucking much. I love you. I love you, thank you. Okay, so kinda I'm gonna keep clicking random palette until it gives me a... Oh, I like the yellow, actually. Let me see if I can get a different yellow, though. Yeah, I like that yellow. Yeah. And then... Nah. I don't want, like, a starting template that, like, I already like. I had a sty in my eye the other day. But now I'm pretty much good. Pretty much good. Cool. I'll just stick with this one. Let me get that yellow back. Yeah, that works. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Panel opacity. Oh, thank you for the wellness check. I will drink water. Okay, now I'm just curious if, like, how this looks. Close preview. Preview. Okay. Card radius, card padding, container width. Man, making OCs is hard work, and I have too many. On God. And it's also hard having one, but wanting to have more. If you feel me. I don't know what song represents me, to be honest. I was like thinking about one, but I don't know what I want. Where's my border? I made myself a border, which I'm really happy with. I don't know if I want to change it, but I like it. It's this one. Enable image border frame. We're gonna make this repeat, I think. No, round. And then we slice it smaller. And I like the width being a good bit bigger. Frame radius. There we go. Frame size be bigger. I'm making a D&D campaign, first time playing it all, and obviously I need D&D characters. Understand, but sadly I'm better at design than personality and backstory. That is fair. I mean, you could always, what would I suggest? You could always do like a base like D&D background. Hi Stripes, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good day. You could always do like a sorry, I'm like brushing my hair while I'm talking about this. You could always do like a simple like background generator, and then like when one of the prompts gives you something that you like, you can expand off of it, you know? Ow. Whew, cold. Okay. Apply frame to social blocks and sections too. Okay, wait. Can I want to make the header smaller. Social opacity. Kind of doing world building with hopes of making it easier. I know the world is a place where magic is illegal and the person who hires the adventuring group is going to be the BBEG, but that is all I have, really. Good start. It's a good start. You could flesh out the BBEG background more, and maybe that would help. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you for sharing that with me. I'm so happy that you will return to me. It makes me really happy. I had a small existential crisis this morning because I was working. Oh, what was I working on? I was working on doing the chores today, and I was. Thank you for the wellness check and the cheek pat because I had the realization. I can't drag that down. Card radius. Huh. I can't spend on things again. Fair. But thank you for the wellness check. I had a small existential crisis this morning, and just knowing that you guys would come back to me means a lot to me. I want... Actually, what if we blurred it a bunch, right? And then we had the background opacity be like basically nothing. So what would that look like? I really want this to be cool because I want to make my Oshi my website because I think that would be really cool. And then I wouldn't have to pay for a website because I'd rather just pay this person to keep the website up, you know? Wait. Oh, Elaine's understanding something. Panel opacity, border opacity, section opacity, nothing. And what if I made it like that? Boop, boop. Save changes, preview profile. That's awesome and all, and it's really close, but I want it slightly different. Can I say the panel opacity just to be 0? Let's see, panel, variable panel gradient, panel variant of panel heading, I'm not seeing that. Me, baby, why do you seem so blue? Wow. Okay. I'm just curious. Oh. 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 Hi, Rhino. Come on in. I like this. I like the blue. Damn. Close, maybe. I believe. Background button opacity. Like, I see it as blue, but it's like saying it's not blue, and it's very confusing. All the girls at the tennis court. I'm very confused because my usually when I stream I have my hair up in like a ponytail, but today I don't, and it's a weird feeling. It's nice, but it's also kind of a weird feeling. Yeah, one more. Come on, bud, one more. Repeat. The last one has eluded me for some time now. This is fair, but Flame got it. I feel like Flame's been at it in 7 out of 8 for a good long while now. So, you know, I feel like if Flame's got this, you got this, bud. You got this, bud. What is the milk bean commands again? For like seeing what you have, it's BB set 5. Yeah, BB set 5. Do you have the hat? I'm pretty sure you have the hat. Yeah, you have the hat. My little bean. Hello, Phoenix. Welcome on in. Did I not put in the bean box? I think it was. And then Flame. There you go. I've added it. I couldn't remember. I had them all. That's fair. You got them pretty early on, so. Frame slice, frame radius, frame slice, frame width. Frame radius. Frame width. Interesting. Frame. So I could kind of have it do that then. Stretch, repeat, round. On you. Yeah. Like that. Like a little. I got. Whoa! Good job. Good job. Good job. Sorry, I was very invested in trying to read that. Good job. See, I don't understand. And yeah, today is the day. Today is the day. If you don't have 8 out of 8, today is your day to get 8 out of 8. Let me tell you what. Today is the day. Today is the day. Get it while you can. Get it while you can. Hot and ready. Little beanie babies. Which we'll be working on that tomorrow. Hopefully, if work doesn't kill me. Well, actually, I might work on it today. We'll see. And now, okay. Now I gotta do colors. Secondary gradient. I want, like... Let me go to my website. It seems like you would face out again. Boop. Hot and ready was Hot and ready was your nickname in the army, huh? Hi, Ari. Oh my god, I saw a preview of your model that's being worked on by the lovely Cab. It's very nice. Pixels and I, hi Fox. Last night we're having like this whole debacle of like, what was it even about? I think it was about how like he had like a Freudian slip by accident. If you don't know what that is, a Freudian slip is where you accidentally say the thing you mean but not the thing that you want to say. And it's all done just getting funds to Riggis. She did so good. Yippee! Oh my god, that's so exciting. That's so exciting. I can't wait to see till it's done. That's awesome. What was I gonna talk about? Totally forgot. Oh, and then I was like, Freudian slip. He says, yeah, you mean your mother? And I was like, yeah, Freudian slip, you know, little Slippy, what they used to call me in college. And then he's like, that sounds so bad. I'm like, hey man, yeah, so a little Slippy, little Slippy. Putting to plan. He was definitely like, what the fuck? And I was like, hee hee. A little slippy, you know, just a little slippy nippy. There we go. Yeah, I like that accent. Where's this accent color coming from? I don't know where this accent color is coming from, so I'm just gonna make these colors. What are we working on? My Oshi page. I wanna make my Oshi page before I have a collab in like 30 minutes. How was you gonna get any work done? Hi Vexed. Happy day. How are you? I don't know if that does anything. I think we're good with that. Actually, this is like pure. I don't like pure white. Panel hover. Let's have it be more of like a blue, I think. I had an exam today, but I only got only got an 82. Dude, that's fucking amazing. What the fuck? No, you did great. That's awesome. Great job. That's freaking amazing. What? That sounds like you did a really good job. 82 is really good. Profile preview. Yeah, it's looking better. It's looking better. I like this more. Okay. Panel base color. Oh. Panel. I just want to look at this guy right now. Where's the panel size? Card radius? I know, but back in high school, 82 used to be my minimum, and now it feels like my maximum. I think the thing though about comparing yourself to your past, you had less stuff to deal with in the past. No? Like, when you're a kid and you go to school and you do really well, that's because the thing that you do is be a kid and go to school and learn. Whereas now, you gotta fend for yourself, you gotta feed yourself, you gotta clothe yourself. Not really? Fuck. Life gets harder, be nice to yourself. It will be my response. It's mostly I can never get rid of the brain fog. Have you, this is gonna sound alternative medicine-y, but have you tried vitamin D? I've heard I mean, I've heard, I take it, it's pretty good. It seems pretty helpful. I don't want to reset this tab, but why is this outside being like this? But I do get sunlight. It's long COVID. That's fair. I would say you should try it. Like, it's not that expensive, vitamin D supplements, and you could just try it because, like, from my understanding, because, like, when I was talking to my therapist about it, vitamin D, getting and also, my, Blue, my sister-in-law, technically, was talking to me about how, technically, our bodies do not get enough like vitamin D on the normal. Also, the best way to absorb it is by eating it, and most people don't eat enough like things that have vitamin D in it, like fish and stuff like that. And at the same time, you know, diets fluctuate and stuff, so having a vitamin D supplement is actually pretty good. But also do what you want. You're a big person. You're an adult. But yeah. Let me try it. The only thing that I know works is Lion's Mane by IDK, if that's very good for me. I think I would for the mushrooms, because it's a mushroom, I would definitely like talk to a doctor about it. But I mean, if it's good, I've heard about a lot of people eating Lion's Mane. So I guess don't knock it till you try it, I guess. Boop, 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 boop. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Colors. Let's go back to colors. I like these colors. Why does this have like a border on it? I don't, it's like not making sense to me. Cause like my face tracking's being stupid and I'm gonna be a binkus bonkus baby. I love it. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. It was made by my model parents. Oh my god, I love that badge. Oh, wait, model credits, I think I did. Yeah, there we go. I like your name, by the way. Would you prefer me call you liars or comeback, or do you have a preference? Welcome in. I bought an energy drink with it on accident, and I feel like I could finally think again for a few hours. Yeah, then like on God, like I would at the very least try to talk to a doctor about it. But the safest I think is to at least try. Oh, thank you. You call me liars. Welcome on in, liars. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for complimenting my model. I would definitely at least try, like, if you want, like, a lesser degree to at least try it, if you can't get, like, a doctor's appointment to ask about lion's mane, I would definitely consider, like, taking vitamin D supplements. It's, like, a lesser form, and then, like, see if that makes you feel any better. And then, if it doesn't, you can talk to your doctor about it. Maybe there's something else, because, like, our neurodivergent brains are silly and sometimes just don't want to produce stuff. I'm so confused. Tagline box border. Tagline box background. Tagline box opacity. Tagline box background. Tagline box background. Tagline box background. Tagline box opacity. Tagline box border. I'll never take us alive. This is hard for me, bro. Button opacity. Butter oven opacity. I can't tell. Oh, okay. Wait, no. Elaine's getting it. Crime. Want to make it like white. It looks like it doesn't have a border anymore. But I don't know if that's how that works. Won't you quit? Oh wait, but the hover color should be. Yeah. You'll never take us alive. That's what do us part. I don't know what color I made this font. Ghost alive. Button text. Should be this color. Button background. Tagline background. Read at each other's side. Okie dokie. Interest text. Poggies. It's not gonna let me pick that color because I don't know what it is. About body text. There we go. Boop. 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 There we go. I like the brown. Bar text. Status bar background. Bar text. Custom HTML tags. I think this is all. Okay, so the button hover text should be darker. Is there a button? Oh, hover background, hover text, hover background, hover background, hover text, hover background. This one. I actually want to make this a little bit dark. Take the heat, what remains, and throw it all away, all away. I like that. Yeah, and then hover text will be this one. So now if you click on this stuff, I think I want the panel hover color to just be the same. Yeah, so it just kind of bumps up, but it doesn't actually do anything. I don't. Is it a glow, maybe? Because I don't... Decorative border color opacity. Let's turn that down. Comment opacity. I think that's fine. Again, we're just kind of focusing on this first part. Hi, Mew, my love. I'm excited to play games with you soon. Links order, details order, enable image frame border. Oh, shadow strength. Yes. Oh my god. We do not need it so strong. Border glow. Border glow is fine. Apply decorative border to... Where is it? I wanna see links. Yeah, like, look at how strong this fucking shadow is, bro. Hover scale. Hover lift. Oh, interesting. Okay, I don't know what that does. Hi, Sidra. Welcome on in. Happy day, happy day. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Text needs to not be this color. It needs to be this color. All text should be this color. Oh, well. Not the header. Panel base color, panel hover color. I'm good. Been ripping and tearing. Ooh, you've been playing some of that the Doom. Social opacity, top border opacity. I don't feel like this does anything. Is 0.5, 0.05. Let me just look at how it looks on the website. Preview profile. Oh, I also want to change. Want to change the shape to rounded. Very interesting. Okay. Ye not long finished chapter 14 in the Dark Ages. I gotta finish that game. I played it, I think, in November, but I never finished it, so I'd have to restart it. Avatar glow strength, name glow. Avatar border thickness. Shield. Interesting. I don't like the padding on it, kind of duke. Kind of duke. Yeah, like it needs to come down a little bit. This is for the best. I think I can see the roundedness of the background of it, which is kind of annoying. I wonder if I could change the frame. Maybe I could do that. Set in here it is. Peel. Frame slice. Okay, I think that's fine. Sorry, yesterday. Oh, jeez. You're very efficient. I applaud you. I think I know the problem. Lane thinks she knows the problem. It's this. Elaine is gonna remove the borders from all these. Peaks in during coworking. I'm just messing around with CSS before my collab. I'm not really doing anything, really. I know exactly what I want and who I want to be. Okay. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh. I think the problem is this. My Self-fulfilled prophecy. Oh no. And so I'm gonna replace this guy, yes, and then I'm gonna go into my brain. I'm going to redo this guy. I'm going to delete this guy. I'm going to copy the link of this new one, and then we're gonna go in here and we're gonna replace this. And now should work. Yes, there we go. Ooh, mwah. Perfect. Frame slice. Ooh. Elaine has idea. Elaine has idea. Elaine has idea. Elaine has idea. Oh my gosh. Ghost wanted to know because you want to be seals? Yeah, you can be seals if you want. You can be seals if you want. I will say, still waiting for my Elaine tax. But it's like, whatever. Whenever. I want it to glow. Like, look at the glow's kind of bunk. Card layout, frame size, border, glow, none. Where? Radius padding. Top. Panel order top. Song order, Elaine's frame slice, frame width, frame round. Yeah, it's cute as fuck. But I don't know if I want that. Enable decorative border, no image. I don't know what that means, but it like kind of fixing what I want. Textile, blur, avatar, sections, blurbs. Line breaks, comments, content padding, tagline padding. Card shape. No, that's fine. Where is it? Text colors. Colors. Text line hover. Link hover color. Okay, no, that makes sense. That's fine. Button, links, button opacity, text content colors. That's fine. I don't like this like shading, this like glow that it has. Secondary link color text. Accent, header colors. That all makes sense. Panel opacity. Okay, no, that's... I don't know what this affects. Poo. I think I'd have to preview it. I think I have to see it. Section. Thank you for the like, thanks. Only show tagline. Glow code. Tagline box glow code. Isn't that... colors. I forgot where it is. Ah, there it is. Show Show link cards, show detail cards. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I'm very confused though because I made all the text. I thought a dark brown. Impact tonight. Text link color header text. White's fine. Panel base color button border. And who looked like a girlfriend and I had in February of last year. Is this tied to this? Nope. Avatar pick text header blurb. Maybe button border. Pick this one. Yeah. Okay. Weary of last year. Confidential. Okay, let's just make it this. I wonder if it's this. It is that. It's the secondary color. I think it's this then. Name color. It was the border secondary color. So maybe in the avatar there's a border secondary color? Border sickness border name. Da da da. Are you my friend? Okay. I have collab soon, so I'm going to save draft. And then export draft. Alright, cool. I'll just take this, and then whatever, close preview. Save changes. Preview profile. Or I guess go to my profile. Subjects do, sorry I'm not made of sugar. I'm still working on it. I don't know why the shading is here, but inconvenience to you. I'm just your problem. I'm just your problem. Am I? I'm just your problem. Let's call this border. Access, I got it, land me on your blacklist. I should not be one who makes up with you, so why do I want to? Why do I want to? We have the little beans? Yeah, we got the little beans. We got the little beans. I need like a version of this without. Let me open the folder. Where are these? Is it in here? Nope. Alright, then I will just delete them. There's too many. this one? So young. Chat, we have too many backgrounds. I can rename this. Rename this as the gumball. Actually, rename Milk Club Gumball. Rename Milk Club Hobble. Delete, yup. Delete, yup. Delete, yep. So young. Yes. And then we're gonna duplicate this one and we're gonna call this Milk Club Base Edit. And then we're going to remove that. I'm gonna save. Wait, base. Okay, cool. And then connect. What? Okie dokie. I am definitely human. Then roadside research. Now we're gonna go join the call. Pin. Here we go. Hello. Hello, everybody. I have to hide the Fujis. Except for Mr. Shems. Because Mr. Shems is not a seal. Oh my god, seal? Yeah, me and my friends are gonna be seals today. What's up, V? Connecting to the internet. Join. Remember. Oh. Allow drag and drop items. Okay. Got two. Scrolling. Accept. And then, can I go into my settings for this? So you guys don't have to deal with BLT? This one? This is me. I don't know if you want to deal with them on your stream. Start a left. Okay, yeah, I know that. I know this. I want to add one thing to my model. Where is it? This guy. No. File, open. This one. Quickly draw a face. Little company. Ow. I don't even know if that worked. Actually, because I have menus open. So, frick you. Actually, that's a lie. I'll just redeem it again. Oh, actually, no, I'll do it this way. Bills to pay. I will give you back your points. And I will complete all, because I keep forgetting to do that. I'm lazy. I don't want to draw this twice. My phone keeps buzzing and it's annoying me. No, you would have a notification. You would always have a notification. Okay. Oops. Export. Sheila's, yeah, Sheila's. Hello, Harriet Megumi. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? There we go. Nope. Yeah, I'm having my own little, like, you know how they have, like, face masks in the game? This one's mine. Yeah. I gotta stop scrunching. Hi ho, been okay? Oh, I hope that been okay means that not bad things happen. Oh, the wicked. Okay, there we go. Wife, am I on your left or your right? I think I'm usually on your right, right? Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay does not imply being bad. That's fair. But I'm glad then in that case that you're not doing bad. And I appreciate you coming in. I drank part of a monster grape and it's pretty good, pretty sweet though. I feel like a lot of monsters are pretty sweet. I haven't had a monster in a long time though. But I swear energy drinks have more interesting traits than that. I mean, grape soda, grape soda. And also, like, energy drinks have a lot more other things in them. For example, like advancedgg, which you can get for 10% off. Okie doke. I only see 2 seals. Okay. I just wanted to be sure. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to be sure I wasn't like missing you or something. Okay, there we go. I'm always missing you. Seals. Yes, we're going to be. I don't know where to put that. I'll put it right there. Oh, wait, what's going on with you? Oh, there you go. And BLT can sit over here, and he can watch over the milk beanies. Yeah, there we go. And then I'll reshot Shems once we're done. Probably should make this. Hold on. Because in rhythm games, if it's not perfect, you gotta restart the song. That's fair. Yep. If it's not perfect, it's not. You're off. Yeah. Yeah. If you don't say you're good, I think you're not. You're bad. Cause you didn't say. Um. Happy's just making a joke about how in rhythm games most of the time people want to um get like perfects, and if it's an okay, they restart their games. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot. I'm just gonna move myself over here real quick. Oh my god. It's okay. in it, like. There we go. It's like on my eyeball though. Why must you be? No, come back. There we go. Also, I was never in the military. You truth the not truth? I can't believe this. Yo, you mind if I grab the? Oh, can I grab some? Can I grab that? Can I grab that from you guys? Yeah, I would like one. But we're rattling bog in the valley, yo. We're rattling bog. Hold on. Add the queue. I'm adding it to queue Harriet. Rattling bog in the valley, yo. Can't grammar today. How did I do that? How are you in front of that? How are you there? And then, but you're there. Shems, you also have to go through the pain of putting alien horns on something. It's just a hat. You can be wherever you want to be. It's okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay. I feel like I'm putting mascara on right now. The rattling bog, down in the rally. I love this song. Ever since Pixel showed me what this song was, I was like, okay, now we're all aliens. $4 months? Bro, what the fuck is it? A fucking whole ass fucking cheese factory? Like, what the fuck would take 4 months? Damn, that's crazy. Was wedding in comparison smaller, only 20 people because me and wifey, shy beans? Wait, wait, I'm glad you get my chaos. At my parents' anniversary and my own wedding, my paternal aunts always led us in singing the Rattling Bog. That sounds so fun. I'm not Irish. I wish I was. I wish I was connected to more of my culture than I am. At the end of the day, even though I'm like full-blooded South Korean, I'm just an American guy. Oh my god, I like this song. Okay. Alright, now how the fuck did I do this? How do I change the order in which we are sitting? Remember I think I'm just gonna I think I'll just do this. Okay, now I gotta scoot everyone to the right on my stream. I might put Shems in the bag because he's tall. There we go. I'm a big old mix of okay. I'm a whole big mix of beans. My dad is Irish and native Hawaiian. Me and him are both Irish citizens. That's so cool. My mom's Japanese. Damn. Oh, can I have a little bit of your flavoring? You got some good flavoring going on. Oh god. Oh god. I mean, I'm not white, but like, oh god. Which I feel like is the best way. I think that is the best way to appreciate a culture outside of like visiting it, is just appreciating their food. 50-50. Just scoot us all just a little bit. Wait, will we pin together if we're not in the collab thing, we don't pin together. Nope, I lied. What? Okay. I think I have to make the couch bigger. Or I can make us smaller. Damn. Chat's kind of cool. I love how the ears look on Ghost's model. Hydroconian! How you doing, my little beefcake? How are you? How is my beefcake doing? I'm a mix of Guatemalan and Salvadoran. Everyone's so cool. What the fuck? What the fuck? What are you 50-50 of, Happy? I took a DNA test and it says I'm pretty cool. Actually, I have type 2 onset diabetes. You are a ghost. You sound European. I don't want this anymore. Domestic. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. On the record, I did not say that. That was not me. Okay, I think. I'm 50% happy, 50% Orwell. Fuck yeah. Oh, stop. You'll make me blush with that. I'm Gucci chilling today in chores. Listen, everybody has like a little nickname in my brain. So you're the little beefcake now. Surprisingly enough, both my parents are religious. Dad Irish pagan, mom Shintoist, and sisters and me are both atheists. Oh, that is a wild religious mix. Oh, ah! I know. I was talking to my chat, my little baby beans. Pixels came into my office and fucking made me shit myself. Look at the seals. We are aliens. I mean, we are humans. We are. What was that? Oh, okay. Yeah. That's good. I'm gonna be a human. Shit, I'll take Little Beefcake as a nickname, lol, as I prep drinks for protein. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. To be honest, polytheistic people are usually much more accepting of other polytheistic relationships. Can't grammar? Don't worry, you don't have to fix the grammar. The likeliness that I'm even gonna read it correctly in the first place is very, very small. There's a dot on the screen and it's bugging. You if we all squished, we could be like a little dumpling pile. It's just gonna be there, isn't it? Wait, I can't. That's okay. That's okay. I don't know what I don't chat if you want to do a little research. I don't know what I am. I believe that there is a god and or gods, and I pray, but I don't go to church, and I don't know what the god or gods is. I just exist. Oh, wow, you guys are smart. The beans are gonna piss me the fuck off. I gotta fix it. And then I'll be good. I can host it. Since I am not hosting any. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm like, yeah, I could do it. Oh god. I like this name! Wait, guys, we have to give our gas station a name. It gave me Probe and Go. Are we against that? Okay. My dad is slightly essentially Catholic. Eating lamb on Easter. You believe in a higher power. Higher power don't follow a specific religion. Thank you for clarifying. I want to do what I do on my sticky note, but I have to load first. Wait, holy shit. Okay, wait, how do I invite friends? How do you get, are you supposed to like customize yourself outside of before you start? Oh god damn it. Okay, 1 second. Oh, customize. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh. Wait. Oh my god, this brush size is big. Wait, everybody's gonna make cool ones, and I realize now that they have eyes, so I can't. Oh man. Bring the music back to hide my. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, is the map? Oh. Hi, Taylor. Welcome on in. How you doing? I'm dressing my human face up. The protein brand. This protein brand is my favorite. Has four. What brand is it? Cat alien face. Guys, I can't be creative. I was just dealing with code. These conditions are very harsh. I don't think I want to talk to you. The eyes are my problem. It already gave me eyes. Can I move the paper up? That's fucking the aesthetic, man. Can't be a dumb little pumpkin guy, man. What do you think, Chad? Is that good? Or should I do more? I don't know. Oh. Our own American monies. Yes, the hair, thank you. Okay. Tall hair. I'll do a little, like, blush, too. Nom nom nom. Fairlight Pro specifically for the Elite Core Power version. This one's strawberry flavored. Is that one, like, does... Oh, someone just screamed outside and the car's honking and it's overstimulated me. I'm sorry, world. I don't know what I did. Is it chalky? Is the drink chalky? I think I'm gonna fix the face. Fix the face. Yeah, yeah, I feel like. Yeah. I'm fine either way. I'm still drawing my face, so if you want to host, that's fine. Excuse me? Save him back. Yeah, that's a friendly human face. Oh my god, I can make my head size. Are we all set on being green, or does the color matter? Okay, green. Head glow color? Green. I like the 2 toes. Or 3 toes? No, I like the 2 toes. I wish my hands could be, like, 2-fingered. Oh no. Oh no, it undid my face! Wait, no, there it is. Oh, okay. Alright, we're good, chat. Lena's all over that. Shut the fuck up, Happy. You know I'm not. The protein, Fairlife is far more milky in taste since oh, it's that.
Oh my god.
Is there an in-game chat?
Oh, neither can I.
Are you in edit mode? Okay.
Someone's moving around.
I haven't tried running around.
Someone's walking around.
I got excited. That's okay. Okay, do you want me to host? Oh my god. In sicko mode. A sicko mode! Alrighty. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god, it's so sensitive. Alright. Options. Controls. Where is mouse sensitivity? Is higher worse or better? It's worse, okay. Oh, that's too slow now. I like that we come down in Porter Johns. That's funny. No shot. Wait, let me see your face.
Oh, yours is so cute.
Oh my god. Oh, the head glow is when we talk.
Yeah, because we're talking telepathically. All right, let me. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off my Discord output.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Shit, game can't. Oh, my chat can't hear you. Hold on.
I gotta switch the output in which this game is going to really quick. Hitting the Gwitty. The game. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Now it's
Website research. Add
Wait,
executable.
Shems, let me
Okay,
look at
chat
your
can hear
face.
you now.
Let me see your face. Oh, you're so beautiful.
That is so cute.
I know.
Everybody has cuter faces than me. And then there's fucking Squidward over here.
Right.
Yeah, it's Squidward.
All right, let's get the byproducts using the touchscreen alien backroom. I like that we just slide around. Oh, good. Looks like you made it to Earth. Son, I'll help you set up. Don't let me down again. Damn. Remember your training and follow the. Okay. The touchscreen. Yeah, this sensitivity is kind of bonko. Touch. Oh, this thing. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna buy one of everything. I can't. We're poor.
Should take a look at the screen, the computer screen.
Oh.
I'll buy this stuff.
You guys don't like my boyfriend?
Get it looks like a great man, but listen, maybe not on company time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just miss him so much.
No, I understand. We're far out in the galaxies. What am I looking at?
We'll get him
We're
back to the
human.
bed someday.
Okay, wait, I can't.
Guys, that's
Okay.
outside of the gas station. Is that man outside?
No, he
What?
came to visit me when we were setting up, and now he's gone.
Oh.
Wait for the delivery truck. Oh my god, it's made out of cardboard. That's so cute. I love it. Goop dash. Oh my god, that is so cute. Carefully censored. Yes, exactly. Okay. Place the order stock out of the box on the
without the different colors.
Yeah. Well, our
That's
head
fair.
pillows are different colors too. If you selected it,
I don't
So,
know
like,
what
mine should
mine
be,
is.
Like, pink.
Yours, yeah, yours is pink. What is mine?
Mine's
just- I
still
think
green,
you're-
I think.
Yours looks white. Elaine,
My,
talk.
oh,
Yeah, I didn't.
hello.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah,
Oh,
if you didn't
cool.
pick your head color glow. Then
Ah,
it's gonna
shit.
look the same.
Wait, do we all have different numbers of toes? You've got 3.
I've got 3 toes.
Oh, you two have got 3. I've got 1
God.
toe.
Damn it.
Yeah.
We're too in sync for this. How do I put this box down?
G?
F.
Usually it's G or
But
E.
you want to throw it in the dumpster out back here.
The dumpster out back. All right. Do we think these aliens have human genitalia? No, they have much more beautiful genitalia. In my opinion. Set the price for the item by
Our
interacting with
genitalia
the
is
shop.
so beautiful, humans cannot comprehend it.
How do I put this here?
No. You guys don't understand. If you look at the computer screen, our genitalia is a can of salmon.
Ah, makes sense.
It's just a literal can of salmon.
It's a literal can. Not the size of a can. It's a literal can.
Okay. Interact with
Oh,
the
which
store
genitalia?
open sign and attract the humans. Oh, there it is. Yeah, yes, we're open. Not we closed. They got antenna. Eldritch genitalia. Oh, what are you doing? Come on.
Making
Okay,
my
okay.
way.
So someone
Guys,
should
get
be
ready.
the.
Humans coming.
Hello, fellow human.
Hello.
What?
they're all
What?
green.
Oh my!
Hello.
They all have the same jacket. Do you think they all came from the same human orgy?
Oh, one is
Okay.
using the bathroom.
Oh my! Oh my! Don't stand in the bathroom with them.
Why not?
I
Yes,
mean-
Hello,
hello.
humans.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, the human is
Hello.
upset we do not have the pink cereal.
How do I scan this? I don't know what I'm doing. Does it go? Just do I?
Oh my god!
Okay.
The humans have
Okay.
messy
$5.
And
footprints.
he's paying with
$.
cash.
Oh my god, dude, why did you pay with $50?
Dollars.
There's a 20 and a 20, and then
Guys, they made the.
5.
Oh! Very clean, very nice. Thank you.
Yes, hello, Lady Human. There you go.
Lady Human. There's no music in this at all. I'm gonna play my own music.
Dot 39. Why did you also pay with $50 and 50 cents?
Are we supposed to make our human products more expensive?
We need the money.
I would assume we get profit at the end. Oh,
making them $5 each.
Yes, hello. I am bad at giving change. That is $4.39. You are paying with a card. 4.399. Here we
Human
go.
smoking.
There you go, sir. Have a
I
good
wanna
day.
serve the get out of order. Use other side.
Make sure my AC is working. I'm fucking
Oh,
cold.
wait. Do we have any?
That would be $5.
We don't have
Guys,
any
I found
diesel.
this.
What is that?
Oh, green
There you
hair.
Oh, it's a can.
Hello. I like your
It's,
hair color.
87.
Goodbye.
She did not care.
How do I put
found
it in
can.
87?
Oh, can.
You gotta use one of
You should
those
throw can away.
the
Good
gray
for
things.
environment.
What is an environment?
Oh,
It's what
F.
we live
F
in.
is to drop.
We need to be terraformers one day. This is how we start.
What are you putting in your mouth, human woman? I mean, normal woman. She
I
littered.
Yeah, always seems to be spazzing out a little bit.
I
I
think
do
we
not
call
understand.
those
I think,
CR
oh, we bought the wrong.
reeds.
I will go buy the right gas.
Where is the garbage can? We don't
It's
have
in
one?
the back. Humans are mad we do not have
Ooh.
organic cereal.
Which of these humans left these empty cans on our doorstep? That's
Too
very
many.
cleanly.
And we find
That's
$5
very
cash.
cleanly.
You get $5.
Oh, we put empty can and stuff
Thank
in
you.
this thing. Yes.
Oh, very, very innovative these humans are.
Ah, I
Oop.
understand it now.
I like the noise that this makes.
Hello, you have blue hair, eyebrows, and mustache. Your eyes are fucked up. What the fuck?
What? Alien,
so-
alien
Oh,
wife,
he is
you cannot
totally-
say that's a human.
I am so sorry, human. Ignore me. Here you go. Here's $5.
We should.
Why is this human wearing a dress shirt and then shorts?
Don't
This
question
human is
not
a
human.
fashion
He's going on a
model.
Zoom
I think
call.
I've heard of the a Zoom call, a Zoom call to
heard
the
that
mother
from-
home.
No.
Whoa.
Maybe to his mother home.
Oh.
I heard it from another
There you
human.
go, human. There is
This
your
human
dollar.
very fashionable in his red hair.
I want to decorate.
That is $5. Thank you. You get $1.
Oh my god, this human paid with correct currency. Oh my god, look at that
know.
fashionista that walked in with the red jacket.
Right? You look so fashionable.
The animal hide on this human is very nice. Is this human drinking or what are you doing?
hey, don't be touching the butts. We talked about this.
How much is diesel?
Sorry.
How much is diesel?
I think it's like 28 bucks.
28? Oh, we can buy one.
Human?
Okay.
I figured out how to fill the thing, by the way.
How do you feel it? Oh my god.
It doesn't tell you, but you just gotta like spam left click on the oh my god. Yeah,
What,
spam,
spam left
click
click?
on the
I
fuel
have
pump.
trash.
Okay.
Put here.
Wow. How what's there?
I
Drop
like the
it,
noises.
Hit F or whatever drop button, and then hit button.
Ah. Yes. Oh.
Does that go in there or does that go in here? It goes
I
in
don't know
trash.
what I wrote.
Okay, how do I fuel this up now then?
Oh,
I am confused.
87. Ah, there you go. You gotta click it, and now I think you can fuel it.
Out of order, use.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Saint. That hose is a little wonky. Ah, humans, I am so sorry for making you wait. I come. Yes, that'd be $5.
I understand it.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Discount fuel. We send the fuel
Yes.
prices? Say
That's
serve 3
$5.
customers at gas
card.
station. Okay.
I will need a coat soon. I am cold.
We're out in the
Would you
middle of
like me
nowhere.
to
We
take
could-
over the cash register so you may get coat?
Yes, please.
Okay. this, you're giving me cash. Oh, thank you, thank you. Much sanitary. Return money.
Mhm.
Thank you. Have a nice, oh, good, that's a cool shirt. I wish you could, like, sneak up behind the humans and then, like, steal their clothes. Yeah. Money return.
I think that would be a good way to get the police here.
Oh, what is this? Oh, I did not mean to. I apologize. 50.
All right, so
I'm
the
sorry.
gas industry.
I'm sorry.
The oil industry here is where we want to be. That's where we're making the money.
What is an oil?
I think you've been watching too much of that, tech human talk. I got $75.
It's very educational.
Is it now?
Yeah.
What is education?
I think we it's human brain growth.
Ah, yes.
You've been listening to that TED man too much.
I think it would be more accurate to call him a TED person, as a TED person looks different every talk.
Yes, the TED person does. We do not know. We do not understand yet, but the TED human looks different upon every talk that they give. Card. That's gonna be $5. I don't like humans drinking water in our gas station. It's weird. 93, you got it. 93, 93, 93. Oh, take the cash. Oh. Did I do it? Okay. Oh. You keep tapping it until it becomes the right amount. Oh God, Jesus Christ.
Sir, I'm so sorry to make you wait. $5.
Apologies, I got distracted by a car.
You're good.
More
You
89
okay?
and more 93.
More what?
There's human upset. We are dirty.
89, 93, I got it. 89.
Alright, I am cleaning with this weird looking sponge. This boot sponge.
Boot sponge.
Boot sponge is efficient.
Humans make dirt by shoe, so we clean with shoe. I will go. They want
Yes,
diesel.
it's exactly. Simple logic.
Diesel.
We can close shop for today. Oh.
Hell yeah, one of you gooped all over the floor. Hell yeah, one of you gooped all over the floor. This happens with aliens regularly, and it's lots of fun. That's how I imagine it to be said.
Nasty, so clean it up quickly, otherwise they will get suspicious.
Why is the store closed?
Because it's end of day.
Oh, I was clicking the wrong button. Guys, we made like $200.
Hell yeah.
What the hell?
What the hell?
We gotta throw away all this trash first. I found some goop.
Did we already clean it?
I know, they're goop outside the back near the pickup area.
Oh shit,
Who gooped back there?
That might have been me.
Shems.
Shems, you can't be gooping in front of the customers like that.
No, that's why I gooped out back.
I wonder if we have different colored goop depending on what color we would have chosen.
Ah.
Do we want to change colors really quick?
To pick this up.
What?
I don't think we can in game.
Oh, I mean, we're at the end of the day, so we could just, like, go to the menu and then...
Yeah, sure.
I don't. Oh,
Okay.
I'm a big queen.
You can stay going if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll end the day and then we'll go. Are we good for this day?
I think so.
Current store rating's pretty good. Products not found for. Shut the fuck up. Okay. And I will go main menu. Yes. And then we can be different colors. I will be the white one. What the hell? What the hell? Oh man, I'm gonna look like the sperm one. Shit. Oh. Oh, that's not what I want. Invite friends. Boop. Alright, there we go. Enter edit mode. Enter control. What? America? Preview? Oh my god. We can buy an American flag.
Yeah.
Friend? Hello. Oh, you're white?
Oh, you're also white.
I thought you'd be
We
green.
turned our output. We turned our output volumes back up.
Oh.
Discord.
Hmm.
I don't know what
Do
that
you
is.
wanna be white? I could be good. I could go be. Like, oh, I thought you'd.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'll be bright pink. I can be pink.
Okay.
I can be pink.
Let me know if you guys need re-invites. Okay. Mm-hmm. No!
No.
No!
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah, you really are like Squidward.
I'm
How do you do
Squidward.
that? How do you dance like that?
Just any of the number buttons.
Oh, it's number buttons? Oh. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. That's why we came to the human land to learn.
To learn.
Yeah,
Oh,
what
my
products do
nipples
we need?
ache.
Yeah. What products do we need? You buying products here, Shems?
Looking at what's in the alien shop.
We can buy an American flag. We can buy a whiteboard. I'm gonna buy this whiteboard because it looks cool.
Forgot.
Oh,
That's all right.
no.
I can't move again.
No!
No.
Why are you having so many issues?
Oh no.
Are you okay? Tab out and tab back in. Maybe that'll fix it.
Maybe this will fix this. No.
Do you have a controller plugged in?
No.
That's sad crying. Oh.
It's okay. It's okay. We will not start this day until you get your ass in here. I'm gonna buy an American flag.
Earlier when you like disconnected the game earlier, I also had to like move it around. Guys,
You ain't a true content creator unless there's scuff, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I still get scuff. Literally, the other day, I don't know what it was. No one could hear me on stream, and thankfully, I had just started, and there were plenty of people in chat to tell me, "Hey, we can't hear you," so I had to restart everything. I had to close OBS, all of it. I have no idea what happened because when I came back, it was fine.
Take your time. Now I can look at what products we should buy. Let's see. We got all the cereals. Do they want other stuff? I guess maybe we gotta upgrade to get the other products, maybe.
Yeah, I think we need more shelf. Oh no, you can use bottom shelf.
Hey guys, I still can't move. Ow! Stop it!
Are
My
you-
cat bit me.
Oops.
Are you tabbed in the game when you join, or?
Yeah. Ow! Ow, you little shit. My cat like jumped up and reached all the way over to my arm just to fucking
use
bite
that.
me. What did that do to you, bro? You're not getting any chicken. You're
Controls?
not getting any. Not any chicken for dinner.
I don't know how I did that. Oh.
Fuck. Oh, bro.
It's like I don't know if there's a real reason to even have proximity chat, low key.
Don't.
Oh my god.
She crawled onto the wall.
Okay, hold on.
Oh my god.
I got you, sorry.
I'm not gonna be able to. Oh, you.
Okay.
Mia, fuck off.
I gotta put this back. I gotta put this back. Oh, fuck,
Yeah, I
okay.
gotta put this back before the humans arrive.
I think the humans will love it.
But do it.
We need more. We need more
Why are these
D's.
gas station attendants spinning outside and shitting themselves?
I'm sorry.
This is having a good time out here.
I'm
I
sorry.
want
What
this
is
thing.
happening?
Ow! Fuck you.
Why are we farting? Why are we farting?
We got this. I accidentally bought these. They're like soundboards. They're alien soundboards. Goddamn.
I will be right back.
Okay. Ooh. Alright. You guys good if we start the day?
Yeah, Shem said be right back. Let's start with Adam anyway.
Yeah, I mean there's not a lot to do in the beginning, I feel like.
No.
Also,
Okay.
I'm gonna mute my input on Discord. Oh,
Yeah. We're open.
we're open.
We're open.
Is there anything else we
Oh
can?
my god, my cat's just popping up
Oh,
out of nowhere.
Elaine,
to bite
you
the
gooped
shit
on the
out of me.
floor.
Oh god! The
That
goop
does
does change
not
color. Look, it's white goop.
uh,
I don't know what you guys
Elaine.
are talking about.
Fuck
Natural
off.
course.
Oh my god. My cat just wants to bite me
Course.
so bad. This isn't good for my heart rate, Mia. Fuck you.
Oh, where'd our desk go? Oh.
Yeah, I was moving stuff around. It was great.
My cat is circling my chair, popping up at random spots to jump up and bite the shit out of my arms and legs.
Me looking at my cats. Just sleeping.
Where are the humans?
Right? We open. Where are they?
No. I'm gonna hold you like a little baby. I will. Don't test me.
Oh, car. There's that.
Car?
That's our vehicle
Car?
coming. Oh, multiple. Gas.
Oh my goodness. Got the gas. 93, got it. No
Never gets
problem,
replaced.
fellow human. What is that? What happens if you fart too much? You shit yourself? Yeah, pretty much. Oh god, that was fucking funny. Oh god, that tickled my funny bone a little too hard. Look at the upgrades again. Like, how do we get more stuff? Product.
I'm assuming
Okay.
it unlocks the more we go.
Maybe? Yeah, because we can only buy, like, what we have, so.
Yeah.
Whoa, D-Diesel. I got it. We just loaded up on more D-Diesel.
There you go. Ghost, I don't think the humans will like that yet.
Okay,
I
there you
thought
go.
they liked music.
I know, but you know what? Maybe heck yeah. Because I mean, they wear headphones a lot, but maybe it's just because they like it loud.
Yeah, you know, Ghost is just giving him a live performance. Oh, there's more trash out here. Ew, why is it stinky? Yo, why is your car stinky? What, you 93? Whoa. Look, their car's stinky.
Oh yeah. Maybe they goop too. They goop
Maybe.
just like us.
They were mad that it. Oh wait, no, it just be stinky here. Why is it stinky here? Where's the boot? Where's the cleaning boot? There it is. I found the cleaning boot. Just clean this. Okay, cool.
Go. That's all be 10.
I just got ran over,
Rude.
and now there's goop on the ground.
The police might find us.
I
It's okay. If your arm is broken, we fix it later.
like respawned. Fuck you! I charged you a little extra on gas, asshole. Oh my god!
You gooped
I
everywhere.
died.
You died.
I did not goop. I got ran over. Actually, you can get run over here.
Goop.
Oh, we gotta be careful.
There you
Uh-oh.
go. Put that back.
How do
Hello?
I... how do I
Hello.
do
You
this?
take the hold on. Take the money and then you put that in there,
Oh.
and then you
Depends how
hold
sure we talk
you
about
click this
I'm
the
so
click
hungry.
button. So they want
That's
93, so
normal
you click on
human food.
93, and then the click on 93, and then you press the button that lit up. Yeah, there you go.
I'm so hungry. How dare you show me? How dare?
Oh my god, bro, you
Oh
you
shit! I gooped on the floor again.
You gooped on the floor again,
Fuck.
man. You can get run. Hey, man, be careful. You can get run over in this game.
I almost got run over by the delivery truck.
Excuse me, human. We are
earlier.
not alien. We spilled a drink.
Got conked. I got straight up conked. We need
Rare
more
condition
food.
where I'm not blue, okay? I'm sorry. I ate too many blueberries this morning.
That'll do it.
One of these sound guns is going off. Oh, that's this one. Got it.
Okay, cool.
Probably
Bless
gross.
you. Hurt to hear. Yeah, I can't really edit clips on mobile, so I'm just hitting the save and hoping for the best. Hey, that works for me. Oh, cool. It's just like...
Sam's just staring at me. There's a human mad. We do not have certain cereal.
oh. There you go.
Guys, it's broken.
Coming.
It's not going up no
Oh,
more.
Shem's got it. Okay.
Hit the button.
Thank you, Uma. Have a good day.
Oh, we're out of
Alrighty.
93.
Oh,
We're out of
shit.
93 fuel.
Oh, Heavy, thank you for following me too. Appreciate it.
Beep, 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 beep. Can I steal from the cars? Can't steal from their cars. Gotta get the buckaroos. Hello, human. Boop. Cash. There you go. Ooh. Imagine they buy stuff and you take it back from their car. That would be so funny. That would be so fucking awesome. I
That would be
wish.
hilarious.
46.50, bro. You want me to do math? There you go.
I was trying to see if I could steal from the car.
Hello. Oh my god. Dapper. 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 It's not clean. What the f...
Oh, cool.
Elaine, stop gooping everywhere.
I'm sorry. I can't help it.
Alien.
This
like to say, I
fashionista
haven't
walked in. I got
once.
jealous.
I don't think I've gooped at all. I wash car for free. For free for money, you come back.
Look, you guys need to.
I watch car for
There's
free.
these things that humans use called plugs, and they go into the anus. You should look into
Oh
it. It helps
my.
a lot.
Oh my. How do we get our first
Does that mean
alien
poop
license?
comes out of anus?
I am
Oh. Oh, this is different upgrade system. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, there's a store upgrade. Oh. Okay, unlock the first shop license.
Just clean that up
Got
a
La
little
Root
bit
beer.
for
Ooh,
you.
yum.
We
so
just,
Shop expansion.
we just
Where
watch
do
that
I
for
get
you so
the...
much. I don't know what. Give me that back.
Is this the license?
Give me that back. Thank you.
Oh, I bought it. I bought the soda. Wait, I don't think I was supposed to do that. Wait, how do I get the license? Oh, purchase and place a fridge. Single fridge. Oh my god.
Stop
Ice
it.
cold drinks. Ice cold drinks. Ice cold. Ice cold. Oh my god, there.
What did you want? 89? Okay.
Place drinks in the fridge, can find your new products. I feel like this button wasn't here before. I imagine this is a Mystery Science Theater type situation. A little bit. Kind of feels like it. Okay, now we could buy the soda pop. 93? Okay.
Carry cans of that is we run through that very fast.
Oh. Okay, wait, we got the delivery truck is already on the way, so we have to unload that first.
I got one box unloaded.
Guys, humans, if you look here, there's a cold fridge that has the drink you were looking for. Or not.
I got it. Okay.
Man, humans are dumb.
The
I
ET's
mean,
got all these cruddy
we
B
as a
movies
society-
and watch it in the break room after hours. Hey man, we gotta keep ourselves entertained.
Our education system has truly doomed the human race.
Excuse me, human. I will watch this for you. Oh.
Human trash is covered in delicious DNA that can be used for research. Bring it to the alien room. Oh.
Where do you know that? Where do you figured that out?
I didn't
To
know
wash
that.
your car, human. Alright.
Don't die, alien wife. Oh, I guess this goes over here. Alien.
Yes, here's your American Coke.
Hypnotic image projector. Camera. We can take pictures of the humans.
I want to do that.
Research purposes. I mean, memories.
Yeah, and the research thing. Boop. Oh, I can put the rest of this in here now. Mothra, Godzilla, and the such. The ones on repeat are the... Oh, yeah! Humans may not be as low as kids as they look. The amazing invention can be used... Oh, okay.
Trash
The-
bag. Trash
Oh.
bag. Drop.
The trash.
Need boot. Need boot.
It's trash.
The moment I put down my boot, the gas station starts getting stanky.
Do you want someone else to be on cleaning duty?
You're grouped on the floor, by the way.
You what? What? No, I didn't. You're lying.
Wait,
Well,
I don't
can't
think
prove
these
it
go
anymore
in
because I have
here.
to clean it up in front of a customer.
Yeah, you're lying. You're lying.
Nuh-uh.
This-
Clearly. Guys, if we were all white, then they wouldn't. Then the customers wouldn't be concerned because it looks like a natural fluid.
True.
That's what I'm saying.
I want a camera and I want to take a picture of the critters.
Okay. We can get that next. Unless we can afford it now, you can get it now if you want. We need more ravies.
The pavement can get dirty. The humans were upset over here because of that.
Oh, were they?
I don't know how to do it.
Oh, well. How do what?
How do the thing?
An alien?
Okay.
There's an upgrade called the camera that branches out from the trash bag.
I must go. Oh, I gooped on the floor.
Oh my.
It's because we're closed. That's
Understandable.
I
You've
was
been
like,
you've been
all the
holding up all
humans are
that
gone,
goop
I
all
can
day
goop
long.
now.
Yeah. Look at our fridge. Do we have such an I'm hiking up the prices by the way. Have we had any complaints about the prices?
Research.
I don't think so.
Cool. Oh, okay. We gotta do okay. Are we good to end the day then?
Hold on, I got paper. Let me put this paper away.
Okay.
What are these? What are these?
What are what?
A trash bag.
Those are trash bags. You can pick up trash with them.
I'm not quite ready
But-
to end the day yet. I might have just grouped on the stairs outside.
Oh my god, dude.
Stupid. God.
We already had last goop call, man. You can't keep gooping after last goop call.
My bad, my bad.
Alright. Don't die.
I make sure everything clean. Oh. Never mind.
It's okay. We make sure clean in the morning.
Yeah. Okay, I make sure everything clean.
Yeah,
Oh
you
my,
clean.
I
hungry.
gooped a
I'm
little
gonna
bit
get
this
bowl, right?
morning.
Oh, I'm gonna get
Gooped a little bit. Kathia, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome to the Milk Club. I'm just hanging out with my wonderful friends. I'm trying to put this boot back because this boot goes there. Okay. Alright, do we need anything else? Do we need to order another diesel, maybe? Or another 93? Do we want an extra 93?
I don't know what we need.
No, right now they're all full.
I
Diesel
think-
is half full.
I think with how fast you ran out of 93 yesterday, I think having some extra jerry cans on hand and like storage would be
Okay.
a smart idea.
Okay, I'll get a 93, a little bit more ravies, and then we can open up for the day. Then we can open up for the day. Alright, alright. Let's open her on up. Ding. Is there any job anybody doesn't want to do?
No.
Hello. 89.
I get in this woman car. No.
I wish we could steal from human car.
Yeah.
No, but then human
Oh.
becomes sus.
What is size? $5. Thank you. Have good day. Have good sun cycle. But that
I like to have good sun cycle.
very
I
nice
could-
cycle today, sir.
I will be on trash bag duty.
I will be filling cars then.
Very
Okey-dokey.
nice cycle today. Here you have this cereal. I hope it's good. You come back, you tell me it's cereal good. Goodbye.
I want more litter. Humans need
You
a little
buy
more.
cereal and what this is.
Gotta run, but I'll be back later. Good luck. No problem. Bye, Orwell. Have a good
Bye,
day,
Orwell.
Happy.
$2 back. There you are. Goodbye. If it is $10, why do you give me $12? Just give me a fucking 10. I learned curse words today from a human.
Oh my, very nice.
It makes me
Very
seem more
efficient.
authentic.
Hello,
Alright, this
Sonic
is
Man.
$5. Just give me a 5.
To make you
Orwell.
seem more fucking authentic.
It's so more
Yes,
fucking
yes.
authentic.
I think it's pronounced fucking, but sure, yes.
Ooh, they're dirty.
You're not the, that's why you're not the human expert here. Yeah. Did you goop? No, making sure.
No, that was just boot smearing.
Ah.
Any trash?
I did not goop.
Any trash? Any trash human? Oh my god. So good news, I'm not getting my tooth drilled. Let's go.
This box has picture of little creature on it. Look at this
Little
box.
creature? Oh
Little
my.
creature,
Little
look.
creature. Oh my, so cute.
I think we should study those. I like those more.
Ooh, that is fair.
$7.
It would be very funny if it was like a game where like aliens tried to be like nature park like patrol people, but they just keep but like you have to like avoid getting mauled by bears.
$20. Here you go. You have that. Bye bye. Have a nice day. Oh wow. You are very
in
oogly,
here.
as they say in human lingo. Fuck you. I'm so natural.
Any low on anything? Nope, we're good. I need more human trash, please. More human litter, please.
I need another.
Trash.
I'm gonna need another jerry can at 9 soon.
Okay. 89? Okay.
Uh-huh.
Sensitivity again.
Shop.
Bye.
Play Destroy All Humans. I have not played that game. What's that one about? Fantastic!
Fantastic!
I think
Destroy
it's
All
on.
Humans.
About destroying all humans.
Oh, was it 87 or 89?
89.
I don't remember.
Okay, thank you.
89.
Thank you. Damn, Jesus Christ, this
Bottle of
truck comes from
soda. Very nice. Cereal.
Hello,
Very
Chappie. Welcome
nice.
on in.
Making us so much money here at the gas pump.
$2. Okay,
You are
hello.
refueled on 89.
Your sense of style is
Hello, Chappie.
horrible.
A rebel. We're just all gonna start sounding like Alan.
No, I sound like Alan, guys. No, not my bit.
Okay, you're Alan.
Yeah. I'm being natural.
You are very natural. You
Two
play as an alien. It's
cans
set in the
soda.
30s. Damn.
You are going
Sounds
to
fun.
get fat if you drink 2 cans soda.
Maybe it's for
Okay,
him
bye,
and his
fat
partner.
human. Bye, fat human. No, that man did not. No. He was not what humans consider attractive.
Maybe he
Damn.
wasn't going to drink the 2 sodas, but he was going to eat it.
Oh.
I think you might be an idiot.
It's on PS2 and Steam. Ooh, let me check it out.
I am. You are not.
Oh! I
Okay,
heard a
good, that wasn't
gloopage.
me.
3
heard a
dull hairs
gloopage.
for you. Goodbye.
Is that me?
You should dye your hair. It is
Did
ugly
somebody gloop?
blonde. He dropped a trash. Good job. You get that trash.
Oh!
What?
I'm in the bathroom with him.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
And he's
What's
just
going
shitting.
on?
Oh, no.
And he's just
What's going
shitting.
on in there?
He was just shitting.
What does
I
that
was
mean?
wondering what was happening, and then all of a sudden I heard him starting to poop, and I was like, ah!
I didn't know they actually pooped.
He was
Human
into it.
bad at math. Why I have to give money back? Human bad at math.
True. It inspired the UFO conspiracy in the 30s and 40s. Oh, is that the radio show one? Sonic Man?
Have good sun cycle. So I shake up. I heard it's better like that.
Maximum, what, oh. I was gonna say fuzziness, but that's not the right.
Make a big trash bag.
Dizzy.
Fizziness.
Maximum
Fizziness.
dizziness. I thought fuzzy.
No, fuzzy is like their head.
That's War of the
And
Worlds.
those bushy caterpillar on their face.
Oh, but like similar like idea, no? Destroying humans.
Goodbye, ugly man or pretty woman.
Ugly man or pretty
How much until we can get the camp? 450. This is money.
You are having
Can't.
sweets and soda. You are going to get fat. Goodbye. Have good sun cycle. I think my customer service is very nice.
Yes, I have heard no complaints. If anything, I have heard great explanations of excitement.
Yes, yes, yes.
Trash.
I think when they yell those curse word, it is mean good.
If not good, why say so often?
I know, I know.
I wonder if we could have 2 cash registers. I bet we could.
Yeah, you can.
Sir,
Oh, we
why
don't have
you
enough
don't
money
have
for it.
more?
Store, yeah, it's $500. No, $600. Oh my
$600.
god.
Why he no have
$600.
more? Why he no more
It's
have strands on
400.
head?
400.
This man ugly.
6 of the Bentons is the human.
He no more have. He no have. stuff
6
on
of
head.
the Ben 10s.
Fine.
Is that what they call fuzzy?
Fuzzy. Fuzzy. I wish I had
Ooh.
camera take picture. I like you,
Oh,
fuzzy man.
oh no.
No, no! I gooped. I sorry.
You were just so excited for your human interaction.
Fuzzy. Human was so fuzzy.
Human was very fuzzy. So who's your friends? We have in green the wonderful IRL Go Shrimp. We have in pink my lovely wife.
No. I mean, I could be. I mean, yeah, I could be your wife. Yeah.
I mean, we could all be wives. Okay,
Yeah,
so on
I'm
my
pink.
left, I have my beautiful wife, Go Shrimp. IRL
Yeah.
Go Shrimp. On my right, why is my model not looking right? On my right,
In game, I pink.
in game though, reverse color. But Seal, my other wife is pink, and her name Miu.
Hello.
Apparently dirty outside. Human get angry. Who is slacking? I am going to
Oh yeah,
fire.
and then the blue one
No,
over there.
please
says-
don't fire, please. I was throwing
I
away
said-
trash.
I send back to planet Gleeblow.
No. Also, the one in big
I
and
think
blue is
you're the one who
Shems.
should be fired. You missed a very clear dirt spot on the floor up there.
You also gooped. You
Nuh-uh.
can't say anything, Shems. You just
Yeah,
gooped.
you gooped. Go away. Go away. That's
I googled the
gross.
pure excitement of proving Ghost wrong.
Holy gross. I fit.
My shoe. Someone just stole my shoe. I don't know where my shoe went. I just lost my shoe. I don't know where my shoe went.
I hate when that
Oh, wait,
happens.
what? They're back on the wall. Okay.
I took it.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was so confused.
This one. Oh, this soda.
Trash. Need more trash.
Oh,
the
this
beautiful
camera.
people. Smile. Need more trash? Give me trash. Thank you.
Hello, Snake.
Oh,
Yeah,
we're
we-
so close. We're so close to the camera.
450. I want camera bad.
I will see if I can find hello wife.
Have you come to be
You drew
kind
your
to
face
me?
so
Oh.
well.
Huh?
Cute. Thank you. Yours is cute. I like that yours is a cat. I don't know how you got the sharp mouth.
I put 2 giant dots and took a slightly smaller eraser and just just dotted the
Oh,
eraser.
that's a
Yeah.
big brain.
Yeah, I couldn't try it.
Missy, turn around.
My
Oh,
name is
very
Sonic Man. I love
nice.
Smash Bros. Hip, new metal, and encyclopedia
I
knowledge, all
also
things
like your
fighting.
face. I'm also jealous
Fucking
you were able to
awesome,
get
and I
such a
enjoy
good
having you,
face.
and I like your wealth of
There
knowledge
you go.
and hanging out with me.
My
Oh my god, you
creature
guys are
has
so fucking
decided
cute.
to
I
be
take you.
nice. My creature has decided to be kind to. Never mind, she bit me.
Shall we
Fuck
start the
you.
next day so we can get a ghost alien their camera?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
Smash.
What are these
Galleon,
seals?
dare I
Our
say.
beautiful wife Elaine bought our seals for us, and now we're all seals.
I'm so seal right now. Oh my goodness, my phone is getting warm. I don't know how much longer I can be seal for.
450. Okay. Do we need stock? Stock?
Stock?
Stock.
Doc? Doc?
I'm trying to
Stock?
make sure we
Stock?
got enough. We need diesel 87,
Counter.
orange drink, orange green. Okay,
Counter clean.
not that one.
This clean. This clean.
87 diesel, orange drink, green.
Clean floor. Clean toilet.
And then we can. Do we want another cash register?
Up to you, but I don't think we need one.
Bread,
Hmm.
fish, fruits, canned food. I see. Very nice. Human decor. I like this. This magazine that says human decor. Mayonnaise, chairs, carpets on walls, toilet.
We can have
Weird.
dog now. Who would like a dog?
Elaine, why you goop before open?
But I have present
you
for
gooped?
everyone. Look, dog.
I don't.
Oh
We have a dog
Doggy.
now.
How do I
It's
crouch?
pretty
I
cool.
crouched.
It's pretty cool. We also have boombox.
I like this thing. Its
Little
face have many
creature
wrinkles.
for
That must
you.
mean it is intelligent. Brain have wrinkles.
I will decorate our gas station, yes. Use
Oh,
all money. I know! Our POV, I'm at your door. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Me and my friends are just playing a little funny, silly game, little games. And my phone is vibrating because I have a spam call. How's it going? If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with me and my friends as we play this silly little game. I also bought an ATM. Oops, fuck. No, I didn't. Now I did.
Ooh.
Look at that.
Atom
Atom.
machine.
Atom machine. But yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. Feel free to open store whenever.
I don't
Shit.
know how.
There's sign right
Up
here.
here
You click
outside,
it.
You flip sign.
I was doing VOD chat. Oh,
Yeah,
how was that? Did you have fun with that? I do not want to take the gas. But I should get this stuff out of the car so I can leave. What was
we
VOD
have
chat? I've never
music.
tried that. Do we want dog on cash register actually?
Yes.
Yes.
So can see like mascot. Okay, let me move stuff. Oop.
Human love song go. I like you, baby. That's what it say.
I'm going to move boombox.
Can you put Ritzy on top of the cold box?
I put it right there. And I move dog. Yes, dog is perfect. Dog right there.
Oh,
Yes.
stop
Yes.
it! Yes.
Yes.
That man had blue eyebrow hair.
Oh, what the weird though?
What a freak. That man will never find a mate.
Oh, it's because I'm in edit mode there.
There is Garbog over here.
Look at me, I got the guppy tags.
Oh, thank you for the guppy tags. Yeah.
Mew, is your chat called the guppies? Like they're your guppies?
Yeah, they're my guppies.
I was having like a moral dilemma of like what I wanted my chat to be called yesterday, but I wanted to change it right from like beans, and then I was
Yeah.
thinking about goobers because I call them goobers all the time.
Aww.
And then someone else was like, "What if we're called curds though?" And I was like, "That's fair, but that's a little too cow." But then they were like, "Okay, but what if coobers?" And I was like, "Oh." And then Pixels was like, "That sounds like coomers." No, and I was like, "Oh."
Yeah.
I don't know what
That's
that
fair.
means.
I like being your little bean, if anything. But I did like the goobers. Goobers are cute.
Goobers.
Very
Yeah, I think we
on
might
brand
keep
for
it as
you.
beans.
One
Hi,
more
Kiwi!
piece.
Welcome on in.
I need human to
Kibi.
drop trash. Oh, human did drop trash. Gimme.
Diesel.
I can get camera.
Need more diesel. 87, 89. Yeah, get camera.
Yeah, I need more.
Camera. Okay, check out customers in a creepy way.
Every day the mothership will send you team
87, 89.
traits. You must take picture of them.
Wait, can upgrade to barrel. Ooh, gotta save up for barrel actually, so just buy canister. Oh my god, this fucking
Take a
home.
picture of an agent, but we haven't gotten any agents. We're not suspicious.
I forgot I pre-bought gas.
Maybe the guys in the suits are the agents? Like the suit shirts and
Investigation.
stuff?
I don't know what's happening.
I take you
No
too
one
many
go.
pictures.
No one.
I'm sorry, I took pictures of a woman and she was like, "Grr." I got scared.
We have trash on floor inside.
I will pick up.
Thank
up
you.
Need agent. Need take picture of agent.
Did you take picture of agent?
You creeped on this customer. I gooped. I'm sorry. I gooped
Oh,
on
no.
the floor.
Who isn't streaming? Ghost and Shems.
Shems
Shems
are
is
not
streaming.
streaming at the moment. Oh
Shems
yeah.
is
Shems streaming.
Oh, fuck, he didn't join the shared chat? I gooped in the
I
back.
think he was streaming.
I gooped in the
I
back.
thought he said he wasn't. Well, I'm happy
he
you
is.
are if you are. Technically, we all are streamers.
I wouldn't call myself
Thank you
that.
for the follow.
Yeah. That's awesome. I'm happy you're streaming, Shems.
Yeah!
Somebody, Elaine gooped outside.
Oh,
I
fuck.
gotta fill up this car.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised
I
if you're
gooped, I
following Ghosty. Ghost is like Ghost is my partner. We stream a lot.
Okay, I got it. Cleaned it up so fast. Now, where's my trash bag?
Wait, Ghost is just
Lost my
crouched taking photos.
They've got a mission.
I like these creatures. I hang the photo on my wall.
On your wall, yes. Trash bag, trash bag, trash bag, trash bag.
This dog is panting a mile a minute.
Do you want me to move him?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Okay, we need more green and Ravios. Damn, people buying up Ravios. I should probably change the market price.
Nice to meet ya.
No. Market price. Yeah, $5 is fine. Nope. I said $5. $5. Ravios, green.
Thank you,
Ravios, green.
lady.
And we need an agent. I'm going to creep out everybody I can so we can find agents.
There's a secret.
Oh,
Agents are coming. Agent state interrogation. Agent state
No one
interrogation.
no one go.
Oh fuck.
Oh, stop.
Oh fuck, he's running inside. Oh,
Agent
shit.
state hunt. Agent state hunt. Why hunt?
I'm running for the hills. No.
Oh, I was in the bathroom.
Ah! There's pink goop on the ground. Guys, what's happening?
See if you
He's
fart.
fucking coming for my ass.
Why are they chasing me?
Try farting.
Oh fuck. Ah! No.
That's so funny. Are you the last one alive?
I guess so.
Last one alive.
How do I stop this from happening?
I think you just gotta outlive the hunt.
No!
It's a fart machine and fart on them.
Oh my god.
Did
Did I do it? No! No!
Oops. Sorry guys,
Damn.
Shit.
I needed to take a picture of an agent without. I still need to take a picture of an agent without getting spotted. Ow! Stop!
We
biting
have
me. Ow!
so much goop everywhere now.
Stop biting- Oh,
I gooped in the bathroom.
fuck you. Go away.
We may have gooped everywhere.
Ah!
Getting chased people in suits just, I don't know, something's exciting about it.
I'm gonna get
Shins,
us
we are finding out so much
investigated
about you.
again.
Agent state investigation? What does this mean? Oh my god! Shems! We're on suspicious alert now! Stop taking pictures! Stop taking pictures!
I need to take a picture of an agent.
There's no agents right now!
I'm trying to get there to be agents.
Oh, okay. No! I gooped. I'm stress scooping. Look at this, I'm stress scooping.
So sorry.
Oh, there's also a secret task for you on the tablet. They want you to navy bottom. They want you to take a picture of someone with a navy bottom.
I thought you said maybe bottom, and I said I'm on it.
And wait, hold on.
I like how they get alien suspicion from that, from just taking
Oh, a
a photo
navy
of them
top
instead of creeper.
Goob?
Uh-oh.
A navy top.
Incoming.
Perfect. I must stop. Mia! Stop it! Stop trying to fight me!
I've got our navy bottom out here.
It's navy top. Oh shit. Stop it, Mia!
They're coming. They're coming. They're coming. In the bad way.
Bottom.
Navy top.
Nobody goop.
Oh, they're here. They're here. They're here. They're here.
Sorry, agent, but we are. We're coming
This is
out of
so
work
stressful.
hours. Please get out of here.
Sorry,
I got my
sorry,
navy.
human. We are closed. Oh, nice.
We are so alien. Oh,
We are so alien.
I mean, we are not alien at all.
We are so human.
We are
Human. Human seeming.
Dude, every picture that I get of the agents gives us 100 alien points.
Oh, damn.
Nice.
I think we
hear
can
that,
upgrade to
Roscoe?
the barrels now.
100 points.
And then we can buy the barrels of it instead.
Do we name our dog or we just call him dog?
We can name
Frog.
dog. Do you have name for a dog you like?
I called him Brosco.
Name-
4 legs.
Brosco?
I'm
But
calling
we
it
also
full
have
big
4
creature.
legs,
Pinky.
we just don't walk on 2 of them.
Pink.
As humans say.
No, silly. We have 2 leg and
What?
2 arm.
Silly, what you call me? Fukar?
Fukar!
You are a silly fucking duck.
I love your guys' head difference. Ghost's head is huge and Jim's head is so small.
Benches.
I have bigger brain than him.
That's
Bigger
just
head don't
tradition.
necessarily mean
You
more
have
brain.
you have can of salmon penis.
You have can of salmon bean.
I've heard some humans are into that.
Some human
humans are
like.
stupid.
Shems, I have gift for you. Here go. We have no more
Barrel of
money.
semen.
Even I take picture of penis and zoom in, I can't see.
Oh!
Oh!
Guys, this game
Because
is
I'm wearing
making
pants, stupid.
Okay, we have like no money by the way, so we're gonna have to
That's
hold
why
off for
you
a
have
little
more toes than everyone else. More toes, more stupid.
bit. More toes, more.
Oh no! One toe doing something for me.
Oh!
Did you just
Today's
splooge on the
target,
floor?
Blonde hair, blue bottom, gray top.
Wait, what was
Say that
it?
again?
Blue bottom, gray top.
Blonde hair, blue
Blonde
bottom,
hair,
gray
blue
top.
bottom, gray top. Yeah, I agree. Blue is bottom. I agree.
Blue is bottom.
Blue is bottom. Oh, they're upset that we are missing something.
Oh, what are we missing?
I don't know. It
There's
is white
trash
with
out
red.
here.
White with red? Okay, me will look. Shop. White with red. Maybe anchovy?
There's trash everywhere. Trash is everywhere.
I will work on trash.
Okay.
Oh, I goop. Oh, they're goopage. Must clean goopage first, then we'll clean trash.
Cat is mean.
But anchovy I did.
Oscar. This guy's name is Oscar Mommy.
What?
humans
this
upsets, it's not
cybernetic
clean.
wallet.
I am clean now.
Yeah,
I am clean now.
So much garbage on floor.
I am working on it. Do not footage my dirty.
Hi, Bun Bun. Yeah, we can
So
see this.
slacking. I think this
Okay.
one is what they call a lesbian. Short hair, shirt tucked into pants.
Oh, Fury. Oh. Humans
Her
love
name,
continuous air
her
base.
name is lesbian. Come back. Her name is Emily
Let's
Ann
be
Dixon.
come back.
Hello, you have great top. Oh, fuzzy man have great top.
Too expense. Fuck.
His name is I Show Mommy.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Are you looking for a mommy?
He doesn't like flying pigs, and he likes talking.
Oh.
Mm.
Hello, I Show.
I had the weirdest dream last night that something had happened.
Shem
Something
Goop.
had something to Shems, probably by sign I'm watching Twitch.
Guys, Goop.
That you're-
Shoe's gone. Oh, I got it.
There's garbage everywhere.
Hi, Star. Also, hi, Bun Bun. I want to be saying hi to everybody, chat.
Oh. Something apparently had happened to Shems and Bun Bun's stream. She
Maybe
watched too
because
much
Shem's a
Twitch.
little oopid.
Shems is open.
Okay. How much money we got? I need another rack. We have enough money, yes.
I have one. Video recorder.
Oh my god. Okay, container empty. You having fun? I saw a few clips of this game and it seemed pretty fun. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I could see like playing it like with friends and like standalone like can work out pretty well. I like being stalker.
I wanna
Not like
Everybody keeps paying with exact change the moment I want to try to shortchange them.
damn.
Or they pay with card and you have to give exact.
Yeah. 89. You need more 893. I'll get you barrel.
I still need blue bottom and shaking picture of Shems not work.
My best excited. 93.
Why do you pay with $60? Yeah, I'm gonna shortchange you.
Yeah, short change.
Stupid idiot. Pay $60.
I think I've got blue bottom out here.
Blue bottom. Blue bottom.
Ah, it literally will not let me.
Oh, they won't let you short change him? Fuck.
No.
Mia, can you not be a fucking asshole?
I want us to have a pet cat. I was looking at the decorations hoping we could get a cat. So that way every time like Ghost talks to their cat, it's like they're talking to the cat that we have. It's dirty outside. I will go clean.
Mike, I don't know what her problem is today, but she just really wants to bite the fuck out of me.
She wants
Maybe
to
you
bite.
taste yummy.
She bite me.
Maybe yum yum.
Are you going to be nice? No. I'm gonna put my finger down your mouth. Ow. You're so mean. Such a mean evil kitty.
Shems, I bring you another barrel.
Great top. Hey, isn't this someone you need to photograph?
No, I
Yeah,
already
great top.
photographed. I already did it. All my dailies are done.
All your fuel barrels,
shit.
150. We can buy that. We can buy this. I will put right here. Shems, I put your barrels on the fancy rack I buy for you.
Thank you.
Oh shit, this is how it's fucking facing? Okay, I'll do it like that then. Yeah, that way I can see it. Is there any more complaints on lack of stock? There might be.
So far, so good. You're doing great, wife.
Don't you
Thank you.
bite me, you shit. Don't you do it.
Nom, 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 nom.
I will pull you into my arms and hold you like a little baby. Don't you dare.
Like a little
Don't you
baby.
glare at me. If I had
You
my
don't want,
phone,
like,
if my phone was
activities?
not attached to me being a seal, I would take a picture of you. Be nice.
Interesting. Oh, no. Okay, they want the other anchovies. Okay. More diesel? You got it! More diesel and the other canned food.
Look, I have your toy. You want it? You want it? She's so stupid. She has no perception of when to stop herself when chasing a toy. So she'll just fully bonk her head into the wall as she's running.
Aww.
She's such an idiot, and I love her. I have to play fetch. It's mandatory for her to stop biting me. Alright, go get it. Now bring it back.
There you go.
So you have to bring it back more than that, stupid. Bring it here.
Alright.
Bring it here. Can't reach it.
Stocked up. Put this on here. Nope. What upgrades can we have? Gotta get these.
Go get it, Mia. Go get it. Go get
Oh, we
your
have like
toy.
800. What the
I'll be
fuck?
right back, guys.
Wait. It's rhythmic dancing to the hypnotic humans causing the. Oh, fuck.
What you cooking up over there, Elaine?
There is a wacky inflated, like, you know, one of those, like, like the inflatable.
Wacky inflatable tube mans?
Yeah, there's one of those. And we could. It's a little expensive. So, like, when we get there, it'd be like all of our research stuff. But, like, it raises suspicion a little bit, but it, like, hypnotizes. I don't know. It looked kind of cool. I kind of wanted it.
I like the idea of having a happy inflatable tube man. Wacky,
Okay.
wacky happy inflatable tube man. Oh,
Okay,
thank
we
you.
will.
For some reason, I was like, I thought that was just the desk. I was like, man, I don't remember this.
Yeah,
desk
that
being
was, like,
that
really
hard.
well, like, projected on there. I was like, wait.
Okay, I'm back.
The desk was extra burnt.
Welcome back.
Oh man.
Oh, that was a picture. Wait, I need to take a picture of them. Where's my camera?
They're gone.
Oh, you said you got all your duties done.
It did, but that one, they wanted a picture of that one too. Oh, they're gone. What? Why did it not want to? Why did it want that picture? I got all my daily duties done.
Picking up trash like an alien should. Picking up trash and not getting run over, because it's...
Oh,
What did you do?
you just
I'm
plowed
sorry.
into
I'm
the
sorry.
person.
What happened?
Bull went ragdoll onto the floor.
So hungry for dinner.
Or
I'm also
Din.
hungry. I'm glad I made extra rice. I ate half of it already.
Sunny, you don't
Mhm.
have to make your dinner. Come over to my house. We're having an oven baked chicken with
Nom nom nom.
mashed potatoes, some cornbread muffins, and some gravy.
Yum.
Come over.
Our gooberin fellow goober, hello bad eye gaming.
We have 1,004 of the alien points.
I want to get 1,240, I think, for getting 250, 1,250 for
Oh, yes,
inflatable
yes, yes,
tube
yes.
man.
I will do my bestest to do that for you.
Thank you,
If we bring back the FBI, it gives me 100 per picture of them.
I mean, yeah, if you want to, but we might die. But like, I'm okay with it either way.
Hello, bring back FBI. Okay, hopefully they'll be coming tomorrow.
It's really funny just seeing you take pictures of humans, like how humans would take pictures of aliens.
Oh my god, there's a thing over there.
I can't believe I had to clean the fucking pavement, man.
With her tongue
Yeah.
all the way out, waiting for me to throw her toy again. Go get it. Oh, dumbass.
Alright, I think we're good. I think we're good for today. Oh, yep, okay.
We made so much income.
So, I remember when you guys first came out of Cloning Batch. Small, cute Dells kit in all my life. That's
Red bottom, gray hair, blue top. No, top is not blue. Top is pink, bottom is blue.
Ooh, I glooped.
I just caught that.
Good job, Kiwi! Well, I'll get you your hat in 2 seconds.
Glad you got that one, Sunny.
There you go. 1, 2, 3. Snuggle up. There you go, Kiwi. Good job.
I'm assuming they got all the beans.
They did. They got all the beans.
Good job. Hello.
The bathrooms are fine. I wish we could make the thing bigger, the store bigger.
So many picture people.
I guess I could put. Can't put those there. Okay. Here they come.
I got level, problem, it's
Oh, they're here, they're here! Wait, I gooped! Guys!
Oh my god, why did you go? Why is it came?
I got scared. Oh my god. Alien question mark?
I would like to say I goop the least out of everybody.
I'm be stress gooping now. Oh, we can get it, we can get it. Where is it? Do we have to save the money for it? Oh, we have to buy it. Okay. So we got the thing, but now we have to buy it.
How much does it cost?
$1,250.
Oh, says a lady they want you to take a photo of it here.
I'm getting more and more suspicious.
They're gonna hunt us.
Gray hair. Oh, I found gray hair man.
Oh, we need more diesel.
Gray hair woman too.
I have ordered more diesel.
Okay, good job.
Oh,
Not suspicious.
they're goop off for like goop.
I gooped.
Fear not.
No,
It'll be
ma'am.
fine. Not suspicious to the people.
I buy you. Oh, this is so tiny. Here you go.
Oh, thank you.
So many people that want me to take picture of.
You put there next to
And,
Dopey.
and you can have fan to
Oh.
keep cool.
Perfect. I
Cause you're
always
so hot.
Oh.
Sorry.
Icron level is problem. It's problem.
They might come again.
What?
Maybe, I do not know.
Again?
Oh shit, I came again.
Oh no, play, they're coming back, man!
Someone slipped on it.
Oh, gross!
Shit, I got a condition, guys. I'm sorry.
The human ate shit, as they say.
Why would they eat that? They were
How
not
would
in
they be
bathroom.
eating the shit?
The shit in mouth?
How dare they?
See it dirty outside, it is.
I'm sorry. I wanted a picture of you. I'm sorry.
They're all
The
wearing the same
FBI is-
hoodie.
The FBI is gonna come back, guys.
It's okay. As long as business keeps a booming.
Let me check on my phone. Okay, it's alright. A little warm.
Oh, what else we could get?
Why must you pay with such big amounts for a little? Why?
Oh, interesting. Does somebody want to
Alright,
brainwash
what
her?
level is problem again?
I think it's because it went down.
Yes. But I like
Just
saying
problem, just little problem, that's all.
I like saying problem. My hand stopped.
Oh!
What's going on? What's going on over here?
Shams!
What?
Shams killed me! I got
How did I
caught.
kill you?
I don't know. I saw somebody standing over here with like a megaphone thing something. And then all of a sudden I'm dead.
It's Elaine. It's Elaine.
Elaine, did you do that?
Elaine killed me.
Elaine!
I'm sorry. It said it was a laser gun to annoy your friends and knock out humans. I didn't think it would kill you.
I literally like Elaine gooped. Elaine gooped.
It's so fucking funny, dude.
Very violently. She literally exploded.
Ah, God, that's fucking funny. Ooh.
What's funny is I literally had made eye contact with you. I saw you in the doorway, and then I was just dead.
I had
Oh,
my,
God,
I
that's
had my
fucking
camera
funny.
absolutely trained on you, and then you exploded before my very eyes.
Fuck. Do you need more fuel?
You got that war journalist experience.
Dude,
Yeah,
I wish I was
need more
streaming.
93.
Okay. Ooh, 93 orange Coke reviews. Oh, fuck. 93.
And there it goes.
Ooh. Wait, did I buy this stuff? Yeah, I did. Oh, there it is. Okay. Ooh, that was funny. Oh.
Dirty in bathroom, I think. Someone would. Oh, there's goop outside.
Oh.
Ghost, you gooped outside.
Scooped outside.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm too busy taking pictures.
That's okay. You're doing an important job for us.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I'm stuck.
Oh,
Oh shit.
there we go.
oh.
Oh.
What happened, bro?
What do we do with human? Uh-oh.
It's just coming.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
I guess
got my
smacking
camera.
people with barrels
Human,
is
so
not a
sorry.
behavior.
Human, so sorry. So sorry.
Please. Wait, what was
Let's
what?
get out of here.
No, it's only $100.
Scared.
It's only $100. Wait a second.
I have a picture of all alien. I mean human. Sorry.
Box.
An agent just sabotaged your alien attack.
They
Oh.
sabotaged our inflatable alien.
Not our inflatable
No.
tube.
And Elaine gooped.
Oh fuck. Because I was sad about our tube.
Not our inflatable tube, man.
Ruh-roh.
Yo.
I like our inflatable tube, man.
Yeah, I do
I like
too.
my suitcase. I gotta stop taking pictures. Oh wait, this one I need to take a picture of. Where we
I think
going?
we need to research. No, it's not in here. It's oops. It's this thing.
I like my suitcase.
Or this thing. This one's probably better though. For 10,000 we can get a prober.
I want that.
Kroger.
10,000 alien points or
Yeah, 10,000 alien points, but we should probably get there's a magnetic door thing that makes it so like it decreases our suspicion levels.
Ghost.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Ding 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 ding.
Thank you, woman. We're so close. Why are you coming in? Get out of here.
Bang, 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 bang. I made many points today. Many thousand points.
Many points you did, yes. There's a dirty next to our
Alien
inflatable.
fans definitely likes the picture of these humans.
Yippee!
Alien fans.
Alien fans. I think human call it OnlyFans.
Oh my.
Human stupid. Should be called human fans.
I miss the chicken Big Mac. I mean, can't you just order a Big Mac and say sub for chicken patty?
Yeah.
Good question.
I think you
Oh, you
can.
can
I
have
think that
two
was like
different-
part of the
I
whole
worked
like
at a
TikTok
McDonald's,
secret
yes, you
menu
can.
stuff.
Oh, that's how this works. We can buy more product. Hey.
Stop being freaky over there.
Alright, I'm gonna start the next day.
Okay.
I gathered 1,600 besides like the minus.
Good
whatever you guys got
job.
in Trash.
The chicken was like a giant chicken nugget. That's fair, but I mean chicken
Oh.
patty. Or you order it,
Shem's
but tell
gooped.
them no buns and nothing,
Ooh.
and just order a bunch of chicken nuggets, and then just put a bunch of chicken nuggets as the layer of meat instead.
Oh!
Oh!
Damn it, Shims.
Shem's gooped when he did. Don't do it. Shem's gooped.
Shims!
I need to take pictures of. There's people I need to take pictures of.
Shims, you better be clean that up! Their customers are coming!
Oh shit!
Don't worry, I got it.
Uh-oh.
You missed
Guys,
one.
we may be forked.
Uh-oh.
No, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
I gooped. I'm sorry.
I can't believe Shen's gooped when he killed the lane too.
It's a little weird, man.
He is a bit sadistic.
Yeah.
Let me see if we can get any more items.
What if I shoot this at customer?
Knockout customer.
I see. There's dirt on floor.
Dirt on floor. I will clean dirt on floor.
Dirt on floor and then gas stations, but very dirty. Oh,
Okie
never mind.
dokie.
Shims do that.
Oh, they're coming.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Why are you laughing? Well, that makes me more nervous when you're laughing.
I did nothing. You saw nothing. The FBI is angry with us.
So okay, take a bunch of pictures to get us to 2,000, and then we can decrease our suspicion by a lot.
Ookie boogie. I have to wait till the FBI come because they give me more pictures.
No
Can
problem.
you move that away?
No. Oh,
There.
she need picture. Picture one.
Doggy Greek people.
Oh.
Oh, like you gooped in the bathroom.
Oh shit.
That's where you're supposed to goop. Uh-oh, agents are coming.
I goop in doorway though.
Oh, the agents are here.
Yeah.
I go take picture. La, 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 la.
It's okay. Doggy Roscoe will distract him because he's Greek.
Yes,
if
because
they
he
come
great
in.
doggo.
No!
Oh no! Oh no!
I didn't even get a chance.
I didn't even know. Ghost is just running away.
Oh, oh. He got me.
That's crazy.
He got me. Couldn't blink like a human. I'm sorry.
I couldn't even read the thing. I didn't know that that's what was happening, honestly.
It wanted me to blink like a human, and I didn't know how.
Blinking hard.
Blinking hard. I don't know how to blink.
Let's clean up all our messes.
Lots of goop everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
There's also blue goop and pink goop back here. See over there, there's blue goop, like way back in the corner. Gems, what were you doing back there? See, look.
There's a lot of people who have the camera symbol above their head.
Oh, what? My camera. Oh.
Shems, do you need any more gas?
I could use more 87 and 89.
87, okay.
What else do I need for today? I already did all of them.
$3. Here you go.
A dirty bathroom. I must clean. Must clean dirty bathroom.
I should check the Fortnite. I don't stop really quick. Dinner
Nice and
is
clean.
done.
Yippee!
Oh, Fortnite item shop very interesting. Iron Man.
What's in it?
Just Iron Man. That's it. Actually, not very interesting. Nothing else but Iron Man.
Aw.
Actually, Iron Man. Fun. Doom 2099 and Blade.
Doom?
Blade?
Or Doom?
Doom.
Doom?
I'll be right back though.
Yeah, because they're adding like the
BRB.
Marvel characters, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so close to 2,000. Butane gas. Oops.
I think I might be getting sick.
You're getting sick?
I think so.
Oh no, why do you think you're getting sick?
I feel extra cold today. My throat is extra scratchy, and my nose is all
Well,
itchy.
if we need to like stop you soon, just let me know, okay? Your health is important.
Okay. Thank you.
Everybody
I also
getting
have to cook
sick.
dinner still.
Oh.
I made extra rice, so I had
I
some
think-
rice, so I'm okay for right now, though.
I think once we reach the end of this day, I'm gonna go take a nap before work.
Okie dokie, artichokes. I think that's a good place to call. We did a lot of stuff, I feel.
We did. I'd actually be okay playing this again.
Yeah, I'm done.
I slept like 13 hours last night.
And that's good sleep. I mean, your body needed it, probably.
I got like
Yeah.
4 hours of sleep.
Okay,
You
well,
had
that's
very
not a
good
lot of
sleep.
sleep.
What's funny is like I feel like the proximity chat's not even a thing because we can still hear each other perfectly fine.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's like a telepathy thing, yeah? So
Yeah.
I feel like it's a little silly. But I mean, it makes
The only
sense.
time like where I can't hear you guys is like if one of you goes out to grab stuff from like the delivery van. When I'm sitting over
Yeah.
by the gas pump, like you have to be on like the other side of the station.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But I do like how our heads glow.
It's a
Yeah.
fun little touch. Just...
I know what I should play tomorrow. I don't know.
Oh, uh-oh.
There we go. One more. There we go.
Scrub, 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 scrub. Boop.
Those for my chat though. Get excited. I bought something new to show off.
Oh!
Oh my god!
I got run over again.
Oh.
I was trying to figure out how to open up my vitamins, and I just see Elaine get run over right before my very eyes.
Leg got squished.
I did. So violent and so sudden.
Why are they upset? Why are you upset? You don't like this job.
Nothing to see here, agents. I'm
We're just cleaning the
sweeping
pavement.
the floor.
Damn, your station's stanky, bro.
Couldn't be me.
Trash. Boop, 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 boop. How? Hopefully getting run over.
I know how to math. Oh, something's wrong with our wacky inflatable tube man.
Yeah, they sabotage it, and then like it
How do we
doesn't
fix
Sabotaging
it?
our
do
shit.
what it do.
No, I don't like that. Don't do that. That's my wacky inflatable tube man.
One more order of 89. One more order of 89. Oh, you almost got run over there, bud.
Yeah.
Hello, Pexos. We can empty out this diesel. 83, 89, 87. Yippee, 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 yippee. 87, 89. Yeah, we can do 93. D. Ah, thank you for the head pat. There we go. Now we're all stocked up for the next time we play.
Oh, thanks for the hydration, Light.
Yippee! And let's see. Let's do this. All our gas. We're all stocked up. Good job, everybody. We should wait for Ghost to get back here, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like how they drew their face.
Right? Everybody drew their faces so well. I'll have to work on mine for next time.
I don't have room for this. Room for the Cokes. Oh, we don't have room for the Cokes either. Damn. Maybe I'll reorganize the store a little bit. Yeah, maybe just like a little bit.
Oh,
Can I put this here? Oh my god, I could. And then Iron Maiden, hell yeah. Hell yeah, yeah. Every good grocery store has to have background music.
yeah.
Hmm. I don't know how I feel about that. It could work. I take my store owning very seriously.
You're the best store owner I know.
We are the
Oh, I
best.
gooped on the floor!
Oh, it's okay. It's after hours. Now feel
Oh, yeah,
free to
you can
goop
any
it on
time
up.
now.
I don't know if this is efficient. Wait, no, it's gotta go the other way. Wait, no, it doesn't. I'm stupid. But then they couldn't. Yeah, no.
Thanks for the 7 streak, Pammy.
Yippee, 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 yippee. Oh man, now the plants are in the. Oh, I gooped. I'll clean it.
It's okay. I got you, wife. I got you. I take care of you.
Thank you. Shems, can you fucking move, please?
No.
Thank you. Boop, boop, boop. Sorry, I moved your plants. I don't know where you want them.
That's okay. Everything's fine.
Okay. Can I put this on the tab? I can't. Damn it.
Get rid of that 100,000 point redeem, Mia.
Me,
Huh?
I did. I got rid of the 1,000 point redeem.
I just hit 100,000 points. No.
God damn, rip. Rippy dippy for Shems.
Ah. Oh shit! I forgot to fix the 4th redeem. That's what I say. There's something there's something I'm forgetting I needed to do, and I forgot to fix the 4th redeem. So now everybody can get the 4th redeem. I accidentally set it to instead of once per stream, it's one person per stream.
God damn.
So like after the third person I've redeemed fourth, I was like, wait a minute. It's funny too, and I just as I was putting in the fourth redeem and fixing stuff, I had just gotten rid of the sing every solid thing. But
Okay,
now
I'm
I need
back.
to think of a different
I'm
redeem.
back.
Welcome back.
Go back.
Jim was trying to sabotage me, but he didn't get it. He didn't get key.
Oh. Yeah.
Maybe I could
I'll
do one
take
of those
care
things.
of
People
this.
do art stuff. Maybe I could do like you get a free note if you get. Oh!
I took care of it.
Well,
I took care of it. Don't you worry.
I'll help. I'll help. There we go. Good job.
Good end to a day, huh, guys?
Good end to the day. Good end to the day. Oh!
I didn't even see it coming. I didn't even see him coming. He must have went around back.
I killed him. Wait. Ghost has the move. Yes, you are. There we go.
I think you meant you didn't see it goopin.
Oh, so true.
What happened? Why are we different?
I was
Flames fixed
reorganizing
the
the
place.
store. Yeah, I was reorganizing the store. Fuck. But yeah, Miu says she's not feeling too good and Shems wants to go take a nap, so we can stop here for today.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for the game.
Thank you
You're
for hanging out. I love you guys very much. We can play more of this, or you can play something else next week. I'm down for whatever. Oh. I fixed my date. Oh. I don't know why, but like my brain was like, who left? And then I just couldn't register a damn thing. Alright, there we go. And then I can quit. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna go. Thank you. Oh, is that? Just for a second, I gotta go use the restroom, and then I gotta do some work. Okay. I will not take long. Demon Queen in Blue, welcome on in. Welcome to the Milk Club. I'm gonna take a quick break, to transition from playing with my friend. I will be right back. Okay. And I also forgot to change what we're working on. But hello, everybody. I am back. Welcome back. Thank you. Mother, hello, chaotic. Goobin the stoobin. Done. All right, we're gonna work on a D&D map really quick because I need to do that. Hello, hello. How you doing? Welcome on in. This doesn't have that. This doesn't have. This is same. Hold on. Open file location. Okay, so there are like 3 different ones. Same. Okay, these 2. Abiote, I just got off. Well, how was work? I hope it was good. 7,2300. There you go. This is what I wanted. These ones. There we go. Alrighty. My birthday Thursday. He's low-key geriatric. What does that word mean? What does geriatric mean? Well, damn. R.I.P. being old. Couldn't be me yet. Smile. No ad rip. No! Fuck. Shit. I thought it got paused. But we will wait. Thank you. Whatever works for me. Ow. And I'm good with anything. Oh, why are we bonkish? Ow. Oh. What was that? Ow. I'm gonna take that away from you. You don't even say hello. The first thing you do, I'm taking it away. People are gonna be like, where did the bonk redeem go? And we're specifically gonna say, I will time you out. You fucking, I swear to God. Pixels, can you time out Sheppy for a minute, please? Where is it? Should have thought about it when I said stop. No more bonks. The bonks have been removed. I'll behave? I don't know. I guess. I can forgive you. I guess. But the bonk remove has been removed. You guys don't know how to behave. Open! Hello, my POV, I'm at your door. Open! Hello. Welcome on in. I was reprimanding my chat because my chat was being a bit of a goober. How's it going? Welcome on in. Welcome. Mew has come to make waves. It's the mermaid rave. Hello. Welcome. Hope you are feeling at least a little bit better. We're not being bad, I swear. Chubby, lying is not good for you. Lying is not good for your health. I mean, I had a cooldown for that bonk? Yeah, probably. You feel sick and need food? No problem. Yes, get yourself some food. We'll be here. Do not worry about us. We will be here, my love. No problemo. Have good food. We love you so much. Just kind of working on a D&D map right now. Mew, poor Mew, get better soon. Yes, get better soon. Fucking, we're putting it on a cooldown. Fucking 5 minute per bonk. Damn, that's like the longest cooldown I think I have. Boop. Boop. I love you. I lurk. No problem. Yes, get good rest. Thank you for the raid. I'm sure you guys know me, so I will not do another introduction. But I hope you guys are having a wonderful one and can have a good time hanging out. I feel like I should just keep using this one. Then just kind of like warp it. Let me say. Oh. Elaine, yes. So the music's a little quiet. What's up? We need to talk like right now. What? Yeah, no, I've never had little. Wait, what? Yeah, no, yeah, I've never had Little Caesars. This is true. This is the true. I've never had Little Caesars. That's why it's on my throat. I have never had Little Caesars. Nope, never had Little Caesars before. What is happening? That's this one. You are missing out. I'm about to change. No, you don't have to. I appreciate it, but you don't have to. You're busy. It's okay. I will try it eventually, probably. This is not acceptable. I'm sure it's really good. I believe in the Caesar. I'm sure it's fucking a banging. I don't know. I don't. No, there is Little Caesars in Colorado. I think my parents just preferred like Papa John's and stuff like that, and that's why we never had it. Because they liked everything pizzas. Let's be honest, there's nothing we're missing out on cardboard pizza. The only good thing about it is it's hot and ready and it's cheap. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of been getting like better. You know, like people have been liking it a lot more recently. I need to flip this one. It's like if Pizza Hut wasn't overpriced. Yeah, but Pizza Hut is... But is Pizza Hut the one with the stuffed crust? Because if so, I like Pizza Hut. What's wrong with Pizza Hut? I don't like that this sticks out the way it do. I'm just gonna erase this side. I don't like that either. Oh, it stayed. Oops. That's pretty good. We need just one more to kind of tilt right here. You goobers! Oh my goodness. Okay, I will get little... Did I say when I would get Little Caesars with that? Hold on, did I say... Pizza Hut is owned by the same company as Taco Bell? Really? I really like Taco Bell, though. Did I say when... Hold on, did I say when I was gonna get that if we're doing that? Hold on, let me not dox myself. I don't think so. Let me check. Because if I did, then we'll do it whenever I said I did. If not, then I gotta say, we have a combo Taco Bell Pizza Hut near us. Fuck yeah! Got a Taco Bell. Got a Pizza Hut. That makes so much more sense. That there were combination Taco Bell and Pizza Huts. Okay. I didn't say. Okay. All I saw was I never had season, and that was all I read. Taco Bell KFC is more common around where I'm from. Interesting. Okay, Pixels, do you want pizza for dinner tonight, or do you want pizza for dinner a different day? Because I'll order it right now. I have to see what is the closest one. Little Caesars. What's the closest? This one, I think, is the closest. I'm hungry. You hungry? Order online. Delivery. This one. I'm gonna order food Saturday for D&D since I won't have time to make food. I know that, but I can't. We don't stream on Saturday. I'd feel like an asshole. I'd feel like an asshole if we ate it off stream. Oh, guys, the fried chicken I recently found out. Do they have, like, is it from Little Caesars or somewhere else, Star? Kind. I love chicken. I love fried chicken. I love chicken. Somewhere else? Oh, okay. Was it seasoned or anything? Or, like, did it come with sauce? What kind of chicken? What kind of chicken they wrap? I love you, Sharpie. Thank you for coming in every episode. And thank you for the wellness check. Also, earlier, you... No, it was I think it was Chaotic. Were you the one whose birthday? Hold on. Who's the birthday? Who's the birthday boy? Chaotic has the birthday boy. What does geriatric mean? Then tomorrow if you want to order today. Okay. It's called Crossroads Hot Chicken. Bro, that sounds delicious. Our spicy chicken is Dave's hot chicken. Alright. Alright, Pixels. Do you have a preference on what we buy? I love a good small chicken place. The husband is making me say sorry for bonking you. Oh, it's okay. You don't have to be sorry. I was just a little overstimulated by it. Ooh. That's cool. Do you have a preference on what we get?
I mean,
Mama, so.
I've never actually ordered food from Little Caesars before. That's crazy.
You want pretzel stuffed crust pizza?
I guess if we're gonna go for it.
Yeah, we gotta go for it.
Stuffed pretzel crust and garlic things.
Okay, stuffed pretzel crust with cheese sauce and pepperoni. Wait, stuffed pretzel cut. Cheese sauce and with pizza sauce and pepperoni? You guys have any? I'm gonna have to put him in the old phone. No! No, don't put him in the old phone's home. Hold on, I gotta add Vexed. I feel like Vex needs to know because they send me Little Caesars memes every week. We are ordering Little Caesars on stream right now. I can't spell, but it'll be K. With cheese and cheese. Oh, so it's cheese and more cheese. Cheese and pepperoni. Pizza sauce and pepperoni and pizza sauce and cheese. What the fuck is pizza sauce? What is Little Caesars pizza sauce?
Just like pizza.
Oh, it's just pizza sauce? So it's just no cheese, like hold the cheese.
So, let's see. Pretzels have pizza with cheddar cheese sauce.
Oh. Stuffed crust pep is ghost. Okay, so do you want to do this one then?
Cheese sauce and
I guess that's cheese sauce and pepperoni inside the pizza.
Yeah. Versus like pizza sauce and
Yeah, that's pizza sauce inside the stuffed crust.
yeah, we're ordering it. We're ordering it. It got funded. Thank you to whoever let us have pizza.
The only thing from there that I've ever been like everyone always talks about is like the
Garlic bread. Should we create our own pizza? Can we have
I
the
don't think that defeats the purpose of Little Caesars, honestly. If you really want like your own set of toppings, you could.
garlic? I just kind of want it. You ever had mellow mushroom? I have not. What is mellow mushroom? Large round pizzas. Detroit deep style pizza size. Oh, okay. You want the breadsticks, right?
Yeah.
Do you want the sauce? I think the sauce is just marinara
It's just
sauce.
marinara sauce.
Another pizza joint? Okay, so we'll just get the breadsticks then? Oh, okay. Just get with the
Slow
sauce.
down. Italian cheese.
Do you want some Italian cheese bread?
I mean, if there's anything here you want
I want to try these puffs. But pepperoni crazy puffs. I realized I was a chain. I have one. Oh, have you been there? Sauce not needed. The crazy bread is good on its own. Okay. Well, it's same price, so we're gonna get them anyway. I wanted a pepperoni or a jalapeno or something, but they don't really have that.
in the previous.
They had some for this, but I don't want to get a whole pizza.
It's
Are you ordering during or yeah? Half a? What do you mean? It's a large round pizza.
look at the picture.
I know, but we want the stuffed pretzel crust.
We're getting more than one pizza.
Oh, we are. Oh, I was not
Little
assuming it.
Caesars pizza aren't that big. It's not like a Costco pizza.
But they said large round pizza.
Yeah, but large pizza is not Costco large. It's like
Okay.
normal.
What's your go-to? I've never had Little Caesars before, so then I feel like we should make one.
If you
More for $10.99. There's a pretzel crust combo.
sure, what's that? Is it exactly the same as what we did?
Cheese sauce and pepperoni. Yes, it's exactly what we did. Okay, hold on. Wait, stuffed crust. Crazy.
So I guess it's cheaper to get the combo.
I think so, because it's $10.99 versus $11.99. But maybe is it at a smaller pizza?
This is just pretzel crust, not stuffed pretzel.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
Okay.
no, go back. Did you read the thing?
What?
So when you clicked on look at the menu, I think you actually picked stuffed in the options. Stuffed pretzel crust. Okay, so you in the options you chose stuffed instead of just
I think we have to restart.
normal.
I think we need a restart here.
Okay.
We are a part of your dinner plans, it seems. Yeah, you are. Oh, shit. I went too far back.
You went really
Okay, there we go. Okay, so
far. Okay.
for $10.99.
Read.
Cheese sauce. Yeah, it's not the stuff.
Choose
This
your pretzel crust.
this is not stuffed. We
Okay.
want stuffed.
But okay, hear me out. Click it because the price changed. Cheese sauce pepper add. Look at the order. Pretzel crust with cheese sauce and pepper. Okay, so that maybe it's not stuffed.
No, it's not stuffed.
Mhm.
I know it's not stuffed because I add stuffed after, and you read the stuffed one. Because then instead, oh, they don't have like a jalapeno one. I was hoping this was like a jalapeno and sticks. So that's interesting. So these the where am I? This. Oh wait. There are jalapeno sticks and then slices of pizza. Yeah. Topped with jalapenos.
So the difference is this doesn't have sauce, I think. Like this you dip in sauce, that has sauce on it.
Interesting. I want to look at mellow mushroom. They don't have places here. I feel like I've seen ads for this. It's a pizza place. Get some fucking crazy bread. I knew you'd come in. I think, okay, we got Italian cheese bread, and now we need the crazy bread. Yeah, because I removed it. Okay. Dang, maybe one day. Maybe one day. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so we have a large stuffed pretzel pizza, Italian cheese bread, and the crazy bread. I wanted a jalapeno thing. I wanted like a side of jalapeno thing. I cannot. Can I make it? Also, my phone will die at any second. It's okay. You were here to say your piece. I will, we won't eat it till later. It's only like 6 o'clock. Can I just get jalapeno peppers on the side? Can I add that in the notes?
You could beg, but I don't expect it.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna hide the screen really quick. I know you can still see the mini screen, but honestly, actually,
I was gonna say.
I won't test it. Nope, I didn't mean to click that one. This one. Delivery instructions for your driver. Can I not be like, please, 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 please give me jalapenos? Why not?
Not that kind of restaurant.
I'm not gonna lie, now I want pizza. Let's all have pizza together. If we can, that'd be kind of fun.
Okay, why don't you just create your own pizza? You can make it like a Detroit style pizza with just jalapenos on it or jalapenos on half or something. So these are different crust options. This is like when I make the deep dish pizza.
Okay. Thank you for the song request.
You want normal. Yeah, you probably want all that stuff normal. And then you can scroll down and you can put whatever toppings you want on however much of the pizza. You want extra cheese and jalapenos on the full or half?
Should I add anything else? I put old world pepper. I don't know what that is.
It's probably the small cups. I like small cups.
Okay. Is there anything else you should put on it?
It's pretty good simple cheese, pepperoni, peppers.
Okay, do we want all of this?
That pizza is as much as like the rest of the stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of like.
Yeah, maybe if you're okay with it, but like
Old world is crispy pepperoni.
or you could also you wanted the little bites. Did you get the bites?
No, I don't need the because I thought the bites had the jalapeno. I had Chipotle. Ooh, what'd you get at Chipotle?
Yeah,
4
just the
cheesecake.
pepperoni or cheese.
Yeah. So I'm not really. I don't really want
Little
these.
Caesars is definitely you order the basic stuff.
A burrito? What kind of burrito?
You could also remove the extra cheese and see how that affects the price.
I don't know, because I feel like isn't this like this just feels like a lot of food.
I mean, it is a good amount of food. I think so. This we can get one more thing. Like this is not
This.
too much.
Okay.
It's just,
Then I'll just get a side then.
you can get a side, or you could just get like the jalapeno thing from the menu earlier. That was half as much as that.
This. Oh, okay. Save some for tomorrow.
Because that's the thing. Like this is not. These pizzas are not as big as you think. I will eat a whole pizza on my own without any issue.
All right, big man. Shit.
Well, I mean that's not a lot. When I was a teenager, I ate 2 or 3 of these pizzas.
Do you want to hand it to me or leave it at the door? Unit 4. Should be on my phone. Oh, I'm stupid. I have a thing. Who's your co-host? This is Pixels. This is 40 Pixels. You see in chat. This is 40 Pixels.
Hello.
Okay. He's only my co-host because he's helping me pick what I want to eat because he's also eating the food. Load faster. Load faster. Load faster. Think it's in here. This one. Edit. Yeah, Pixels and I live together, so you'll hear him quite often. So if you talk shit, he'll come in here and he'll talk to you. Unless he's working, then maybe not.
Or I'll just ban
No! You're not allowed. I wish I could just remove, like, that from your ability, because I don't appreciate that you threaten that. Careful having him in earshot. Wait, can I change the delivery time?
No, it's probably just that you order
People love VTuber hubbies. Yeah, honestly, some of you guys I think do like Pixels more than me. Do you want it for now then?
when you want it. It's up to you. It's 6. It'll probably come 6:37. I'm fine with that. It's up to you.
Okay.
I'll make the rest of the salad with it so that we have something other than bread.
Yes, if you want.
I do want. We have the Caesar salad is
Okay.
actually for Little Caesars.
Thank you, whoever donated. Say thank you.
Thank you, Chad, for buying dinner.
I also helped because Pixels is having a stressful week. And now tomorrow we can have leftovers. And 10. Okay. That's the 10th month, right? Yeah. I'm broke. Hey, listen, it's okay. And you still have the thank you. Nothing like a pizza night to cheer things up. On God. No. Is there any promo code? If only honey wasn't a scam.
We get flyers.
I think we do actually every now and again.
Do you want me to check?
If you, I feel like it takes too long. But if you want. I'm being patient. Honey the cat. No, Honey the thing. That worked. Does this work? That won't work. It's like $1. I don't know how much this one would be though. 180. Doing math. Doing the big math. Oh. That's fine. I found a good one. Half off the cheese bread.
Okay, couple bucks.
Okay, we good?
Hmm.
Okay. I was like, I want a soda. I'm like, no, I shouldn't have a soda. Alrighty. It has been ordered. I will give you my cell phone. I have to close this screen. That's why I'm giving you. What? Oh, should I just? Do you want just this link? I could just give you this link. Is this just DoorDash?
Yeah, it's literally.
There you go.
That's what everyone uses. I guess we'll keep that one in just in case. I was just like, yeah, unless they're gonna call you,
I will not. Fuck. I changed the link at all? Okay, okay. And close this now so I don't DOS myself. I'm gonna lose weight, bro. Pixels. Pixels is a tall. Listen. Ain't nothing wrong with being a big boy. It's like that song. It's like multiple songs. There's a David Bowie song. I didn't know that either, actually. Okay. No more doxing myself. Thank you so much to whoever donated so I could have Little Caesars. I'm very excited to try it with you here today. I almost doxed myself again, but we are good now. But yes, thank you. I really appreciate it. And I'm excited to try it with you guys. Part of me wonders if I should be eating an edible so that way it's gonna be even gooder, but it's fucking Wednesday. The issue is I'm pre-diabetic. Oh, dude, I was pre-diabetic a few years ago. It's rough, but like if you can be conscious about what you eat, like it's hard. It's not, I'm not gonna say like it's an easy thing to get rid of. It's hard. I can't wait to hear your opinion on it. Me too. Cause I love sweet drinks and sweet treats. And when I first moved, I was not taking care of what I ate, so I became pre-diabetic. So I totally get it. Surrender all your wealth for possessions to the streeter. No, I want you guys to have worldly possessions. I want you guys to have worldly possessions. Okay, now I gotta work on. I think I'm working on the elevation of this tree now, which is. This goes to lighter to darker, so I guess I will do one of these. And I will fill it with a gradient. What's that? What am I working on? I'm currently working on, if that's what you're asking, I'm currently working on a D&D map for work. We don't need them anyway. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, you goober. I want to do a color burn. And that will only apply to this. Why didn't it not only apply to that? Okay, then I'll do this, and then we'll rasterize, and then we'll do that. That way. And I'll lighten it. Do you actually go to work or you stay home? This is my job. Streaming and stuff, this is my job. Like, unironically, like, me streaming and me making videos is my job. Yep. Now we need more art comms and contract work. Alright, I need more tree stuff. More tree stuff. Make tree stump. Tree stump. Tree stump. And then what you guys end up ordering? We got Italian bread. I got jalapeno sticks and pepperoni pizza. We got the stuffed pretzel pizza, and then we got I think like bites, one of the bites, I think. But wow, I will take a picture, or I'll have Pixels take a picture. But I am excited to try it. 6 2-minute tabletop tree. No bites, crazy bread. Ah, yes, you're right. You are correct. Oops. I need the tree top. So I say. Oh, these are good too. Fun fact, during the MTB Unplugged, the reason why Kerr used an office chair is because the stools that were given by the staff were too uncomfortable for him. Interesting. Kind of sucks that he was in an uncomfortable chair, but I'm glad he found something that worked better. I like this tree. Let me get a lot bigger though. Yeah, it's gonna have to be here. I want it to have an interesting silhouette, so it's gonna go this way. Also, his case is reopened? Really? Why did they decide to reopen it? Do you know? It's sent to me. This one. Okay. Like this. Oh, I need to flip this guy because I think the lighting should be on the other side. They still don't believe he owns this, so they're treating it as homicide. Interesting. I'm gonna be honest, was not in my bingo card for this year. So I'm very interested in what if they find out anything with that. Can I go large? Open file location. There we go. I think that looks better. Boop. Boop. The only family member that is still living is his uncle. Was he close with his uncle? Thank you for the boop, by the way. Let's actually use this one again because it's kind of like a top down. And then just kind of bring this here. Get a little bit smaller. And then we need a hole. Oh, Berlin. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna have to do like color grading on like this whole thing. No, he wasn't close with any member of his family except for his grandmother. It's always the gamma. It's always the gamma. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's always the gamma. Can I not clip this to this? I cannot. Damn. Because I kind of wanted to add a bit more branches. I'm just gonna put them scattered around, I think. So it gives it a bit of a better look. There we go. I think it's pretty good. And then that stump is a little off. There we go. And we got the stump. The bear tree small, bear tree large. I'm gonna see if this will add anything to it. Maybe not. Okay. The song introduced the Chester challenge where people try to do the scream during the ritual. Oh, interesting. That's kind of cool. Okay, now we need like a pit. We need like a pit. I don't know if we have a hole. I can just make a hole. I'm just curious. Pit. Oh wait, I'm searching in volume 7. I need to be searching in this. Nice hole. Roof glow. Hole. Stone hole. Hole. Hazard pit. Holes. I want like a pit. Like a pit. This one, honestly, I kind of want to use that. A little bit of this. Remember, it's 15 seconds until the final chorus. Damn. That's a lot. I use like these two. I don't think that's how that works. Look at it again. Large water plant, reflective plants. Gym class in half an hour. How she rocks. It's like, okay. Hungering pit. What the fuck? That's cool. Yeah. I wouldn't mind using some of these, I think. Baby with me. Like some of these to like litter the ground a bit more. Cause they're in the canopy. Advancedgg. What else do I want to add? I think like a bush. I think like bushes is what I want. If I could type, that'd be cool. I do not want that type of bush. Just a teenage dirtbag baby. I think using this would be better. So let's bring this right below it. Ooh, it's so pretty. Like how it's turning out. I can't wait till I get to like the color grading, because the color grading will make it look a lot nicer. Fun fact, Weenut's song, song Punk Ass Bitch was used in the show for Jackie Chan Adventures as the— oh really? I did not know that. The more you fucking know. I wonder who chose— sorry. Oh, sorry. I wonder who chose the song. Canopy. Honestly, this might be a better— this might be better. I can't tell the difference though. I'm for sure one is bigger. Yeah, I kind of want to use this ground. Let's flip it up though. Baby, come with me Friday. Don't say maybe. Okay, now we do this, and then what we do is I tend to do one of these, but we need an effects to gauge and blur, but keep the alpha, just so that way we have more of this as a texture. This is raw voice with no filter. Yeah, I thought it's crazy that it's like his voice. All right, and then let me look at the image again. So this, we're gonna take an eraser, I think. We're gonna do it like 50. We're gonna bring that back, and then we're gonna go here. I'm gonna make this like this. I think I might have to make this like an 100 actually. I think I did this wrong. Okay, hold on. Okay, and then erase. There we go. There you go. It's going the wrong way, I think, with the colors. Funny thing, their self-titled debut, Teenage Dirtbag, is Tathy. Funny thing is, their self-titled debut. Track 3, what does that mean? What does that mean? I want it a little bit more. Feels like same. Is it cause the eraser brushes is 100% something? Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna make like little. Do we have? Yeah, something like this. Maybe. You're too crazy. Over life is. Track is. Oh! Gotcha. How do you remember all this stuff? It's fucking cool. Like, I remember some things about video games and stuff every now and again, but like, I feel like you're just an untapped well of knowledge, you know? Knowledge. Okay, and then I want this group to be darker. Or not darker, but or not darker, not more transparent. Don't know what color thing I'm looking for. I know what I want it to look like. Maybe like that. Fun fact, Gorillas Bitesdell played Russell's Ghost. That's cool. This is one of my favorite parts. This kind of like rap bit on this. I think I like it a lot. Okay, and then is there supposed to be a break in the canopies here? I keep forgetting it's just a toggled thing. Yeah, that's higher. And then do I have like this? Make it like it's not exactly what I'm looking for. 162. No, I want it to be stiffer. I mean, like round chalk, maybe? No. Engravings, maybe? Nah. Ooh, here we go. It's weird shorts from the early 2000s. What, 1070? Is that, was that like, were one of them the MTV Cribs-esque one where they're like, hey, welcome to my crib. And, like, they showed off, like, the gorilla's household. Okay, they don't want that much. There you go. I do want to... Okay, I'm back. Welcome back. We have ordered the food. We have not gotten it yet, so do not worry. You know, we haven't gotten that far with it. I want a blur brush. Let's go to basics. That's so small. Oh. That can't be the delivery guy again. Yes, cool. I knew it. I knew something. Also, the character designer was the creators of Tank Girl. Really? I didn't know that. I feel like that makes sense, though. Alright, now I gotta do... one more thing. Duplicate. Rasterize. Turn this on. Put this here. There we go. Now they're all more cohesive. And then this one, I have to give it a layer effect. No, not that one. This one. Let's saturate it less and make it a bit darker. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. The comic spawns a movie where Ice-T plays a kangaroo? Why a kangaroo? Alright, let's do... I think I need these to have a hue saturation shift. It's big money. I guess that's fair. I want these leaves to be more yellow. Yeah. Okie dokie. And then I need plants. Just need some small plants, I think. And then I think we'll be good. Why did I close this? I still need this. Resources, maps, 2-minute tabletop, plant. So that's all the plants we have. Flora. Maybe bush would look better. Yeah. Some of these. I'll put them. Pull this. And then we'll have like a variety of them, I think. Nope, that one's very small. I want more that look like this guy. It's bush 4. Do you have any others that look like him? Not really. That is rather unfortunate. These two would be nice too. Open file location. Forest floor assets 300. I think I used that one, so let's grab this one. I don't like the color grading on that guy. See? And there's supposed to be these kind of like surrounding it, I guess. And now there's like, there we go. There's like a handful of them there now. Let's lock that guy so I can use the stuff below him. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. And then I need to this. I need to do this. And you can make them more yellow. And less saturated. Why is it not becoming yellow? I feel like it's becoming green. There we go. But then, do we have any other of this plant? No. But we do have more of these left plants. More of these guys. Are there any elephant VTubers? Probably. I'd be very surprised if there wasn't. Elephant VTuber. Yep. A Scottish elephant. Yeah, it seems like there's elephant VTubers. This one. This one. Nom 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 nom. I think this one is this one. The hoodie's cute, not gonna lie, it is very cute. I like all the like little like candy deco on it. Alrighty, and then I feel like I'm missing some. Oh, the hole. I think the hole is lost. Oh no, there's one more of these guys that I'm missing. It needs to go here. And then, hi Gabby! Welcome on in. How are you doing today? I hope you are well. Oh shit. Oh yeah, the hole. Here, we're gonna do it this way. 2-minute tabletop. Hole. I am good. I'm glad. Welcome in. Lovely to see you here. Thank you for hooking me up with letting me be on my Oshi. I appreciate you a whole bunches. I need like a long boy. 3 times 2, 3, 3, 3, 6, 3. Yeah, there we go. Of course, I posted a thing and doing 7, and it's doing 7. I'm nervous. Let me look. Let me look at my Gabby. I'm glad it's doing good though, because you know everybody should know the Gabby, the beautiful Gabby. Look at this, yo, that's cool. Is it the oh, this is so cute. Oh, Gabby, this is so cute. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, this is so cute. Gabby, you're so good at art, Gabby. Gabby, can I have 1% of your power? Please. Just like 1%. Like 1 itty bitty percent of your power. I beg of you. Let me hue adjust this so it's not fucking yellow. Not what I wanted to do. HSL. Put this in here. Saturation. None. Make it darker. Yeah. Actually, I wouldn't mind it. Like, kill me now. Please kill me now quickly. Why? No, I'm not doing that. What's wrong? Talk to me. What's that? What's wrong? I'm getting sick. Okay, fair dinkum. But hear me out. Go chug some Dayquil and some vitamins, and then you'll be okay. Better start digging. No! Stop it. Stop it. No. Okay, linear burn makes it darker. I think my brain is wrong. Ground is far below. My brain is wrong. So what it's saying is my brain is wrong. Saturation, none. Luminosity, none. We're still gonna keep this. I gotta fuck with it. Can we do like a motion blur? Filters. Minimum blur, medium blur, lateral field blur, that blur, left blur, motion blur. There we go. Okay, there we go. And now I go down to I think it's because of the color that's fucking it up. Let's do like a brown maybe? Can we do a brown? Where is brown? Brown. Less saturation. Much darker. A little bit darker. Okay. Sorry, Pensito was being a baby, and I'm like, oh, Pensito! Hi, Pensito! I hope Pensito is doing well, and I hope you are doing well too. I need dark. Excuse me, you have amazing skills. I'm a goober. I don't know what you're talking about. I am just a little guy. Okay, and now what we're gonna do, because I'm lazy, we're gonna put these down here, And then we're going to shove them like this. And then we're going to grab this one and shove this like this because there's a hole there. And then we're going to... oh, yes. Okay, I forgot. Where'd it go? This one here. Oh, well, imagine. Up that saturation, boy. But make it darker. There we go. This needs the same treatment. I forgot to give that to that. But now the bottom is okay. I will fix that now. Fix these kinds of things. I think that's as dark as it should be. And then we'll go to luminosity and shift it up just a little bit. Same with the trunk. So I'm going to shift it. Or actually, no trunk. Yeah, no trunk. Okay. And then shift this over down a little bit. And then take this one. Oh, the champagne. Actually, I'm gonna delete these guys. We're gonna take the guy that we already have. This guy. The haven't you people ever heard of? No, it's much better to fix these kinds of things. There we go. And then one more like down here. And then we're gonna take this hole. And I think I've just been wrong. I think I need it to be like that. And then we just... What? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, now it's like layered. You know what would be mega bonko cool though? Just do it on a separate layer though. Give me the eraser. Inks. Yes. Oh. That's not the shape I wanted. Are you going to give me... you're going to give me a shape? Whether it's a shape I like, I don't. Yeah, it's kind of good. Bus during a field trip? What kind of field trip was it? I don't like this one either, honestly. Yeah, that's better. There's one little sunspot. There you go. Bunch of people were singing along. That's fair. It's a good song. Alright, let me export this. Canopy map whip one. The one I took over the weekend. Oh, I didn't know if it was a field trip. I hope everyone had a good time. Was the bus driver nice? Hope they were. Call this play test map. Except I named it wrong and I need to close it to rename it. All for you. And delete. I mean, I don't know if I would say field trip. I mean, That's fair. I guess I don't know if field trips tend to go over the weekend, but I mean, the important part is that you had fun. Ooh, change the hue of the wood to stand out a little bit more. Want more brown. What else do I have to do today? Nominally, it was a religious retreat. Or I hope it still was a good time, regardless. I won't, I'm not gonna pry too much. I'm not gonna. I don't want to invade your privacy, but I think that's cool. Wonder if it's time to. Okay, so we want to bring it back to brown a bit. That's actually kind of sick. Wait a minute, I'm crashing out when I lose. It's like you. Far more shocking than anything I ever knew. Why don't you? Yes, sir.
Look, another wide branch kind of up in this area here. That's a lighter tone, like it's closer to the light.
You can try.
Just like more of a big boy.
Actually, then he wouldn't need that, so I guess. Flip. Like that.
Yeah, coming in a little bit more this way. Just like rotate him. So he kind of starts there, but he comes this way.
Okay. Oops. Rasterize. Then on to basic. But like, what do you think of this overall? I guess.
Overall, I like it. Overall, I do like it. I feel like.
Oh, yeah, that's one.
My current feeling is that I like it. I wouldn't be surprised if Artie thinks, because it's like I feel like I'd run this map. You know, it's good. If I tripped on this in Google, I'd be like, damn, look at this good ass map.
But
I feel like Artie might be like, it's not as clear. I'm like, well, yeah, no shit, because it's not, MS Paint. But I'm pretty happy with it overall.
not as clear that there's elevation changes. Y'all pizza arrived yet? No, not yet. It's not time yet.
Some of the elevation changes, maybe. Also, just like the walking space, I guess. But I think that's a lot better now with the brown. But also, like, we do have a where it's like you can technically walk on any of this. Because it's like I don't want to make it too. Because like in the one that I sent you, there was like parts that were like semi-transparent. I don't super want to do that because it feels kind of like meh to me. So I kind of like what you did a little better. I do think the shadow is a good touch though on those upper parts.
Group this guy. All right, how about that?
I'm pretty happy with that. Could we just stretch him a little bit?
Well, look bad.
I see your point. That's fair. We can leave them as is. Doesn't need to be
I'll try to finagle him a little bit. If I put him underneath. Oops.
It's okay.
Just
It's
okay. Can you give me a second,
okay.
dog?
Okay. Sorry, I'll let you go. I'm sorry.
It's just gonna take me a second.
Damn, you're so good. I'm sorry, I did not trust the vision. I just didn't want you to spend fighting it.
I'm already spending time on it. I need a brush now. Excuse me. Oh, I see. I was erasing. I wasn't masking. Got it. Huh?
They're coming with the pizza, but it's a mile down the road.
Okay, that's not that far, yeah.
Oh, like 10 minutes.
10 minutes till pizza time, chat. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Boop, boop.
I think I'm pretty happy if you want to post this in the design channel once you're happy with the tree finagling.
Oh, yeah, Kevin.
Good job.
Thank you. It's like I almost did this for a ginormous map that we play on sometimes on Saturdays.
That is true. You did do it. You did a great
And
job.
also do it for my homebrew games. And I managed to not be dead.
On that note, assuming that we'll learn and grow in what you need from us in the future, would this be something pretty simple maps like this that you'd be willing to do every now and again?
Yeah,
Once a
this
month?
is fine. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you're ready, just post it
Do you
on
want this to be like what elevation is this in the reference?
highest.
So
elevation,
highest?
So like, I think, yeah, I'd say that's like the highest elevation part of the tree.
Okay. Nice shadow. Okie dokie, artichoke.
Could you, before I forget, actually no, I can do the grids.
You could also just do the grids in Roll20. So it doesn't, you don't have to realign them.
You're smart.
I just like them so that way I can see the scale of stuff.
No, that's a good point.
What to think will work on more tomorrow because I have videos I gotta edit. And beans I might have to work on. Maybe depending on my mood. Should I get high when we have pizza?
It's up to you if you want to.
Pixels doesn't look.
It's just you just said you have stuff to do, so if you think it's gonna.
Well, I want to try it sober so I can give actual critique, and then I'd eat the rest of it. Zooty pooty. I'll take a quarter of a bubble. I said a quarter. Zooty pooty. Oops. Okie doke. Whoa. Fix something for me, sir. Look at this. Look at the mouse. That is a weird thing because like sometimes when I'm like looking at stuff, I feel like it's too close to the top. Like if you see, there's not spacing here. There should be.
Is that that's just the mouse though? Because you're a custom cursor.
It's
Because the
I
custom
don't
cursor is
know.
bigger than
I don't know how to explain that. Like it kind of happens like regardless. Like I feel like I've seen a lot of applications where it's like just too close. Like I feel like if you look here, it's just so close to the top. Like these icons are not that close to the top. Yeah.
Oh, this is your other computer.
Yeah. A normal computer is perfect.
I wonder if it's a capture card thing. I wonder if it's a very slight discrepancy on the capture card side because it looks like bumped up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all little.
Hmm.
I always thought it was a reflection off the bottom, but it's black here.
But go back to your main desktop. Yeah, it doesn't do that.
Yeah, but have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I know.
different. Wait, so is this going through? This is going bypassing the capture card, right? This display. It's passing through.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, it has to be. Yeah, that's how it works. So my gut feeling is that it's a slight. Well, that's actually fixed it. Oh,
Then it none did it though. If I went to 125, it like fixes it, but then
yeah. Oh, don't do that. That's gonna make things
I want it to be angry so that maybe it'll fix itself.
angry. So actually, it does look like it's a Windows scaling issue. So scale. You can try doing like 90.
Between 100, so they have to be like 101. Till I sign out.
Oh, is that wait, why Windows?
Your guess is as good as my guess.
Fix question mark? No.
No. So why did it like undo everything that I had on my computer? Why is it
Okay.
like
Yeah, I see it. There's like two of them. It's actually better. It's just
is
still-
it?
Yeah, it's smaller. The dot's
Because now it
smaller.
has a black line on it.
Yeah. But okay. So try like 105.
Joker Trap 93, welcome on in. How are you doing today? 105.
I have a theory. This doesn't fix it.
Pixels has a theory.
It'll make it worse. Not sure.
Welcome on in. How's your day? Don't mind me asking, how'd you find us? I feel like it's the same.
So wait for Discord.
Actually, it's worse.
It is worse. Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I just like if you had like oh, you just fixed it by doing this, and it's
No, I'm pretty sure it's a weird Windows scaling issue because of the capture card. So 125 did fix it. You could try somewhere between 100 and 125.
it's good. I was scrolling and you popped up. Oh fuck yeah! Well, I hope you enjoy our comfy cozy vibes here. I'll do some video editing. It's just I realized my monitor is like offset. It's like bumped up. I want to look it up. I'll look it up. Elania.
Yeah, because this is actually closer to what it looked like a second ago.
Monitor display bumped up a few pixels? Question mark?
Scaling offset or like Windows capture card scaling offset.
Graphics driver fixes by checking this way. Adjust by reinstalling the graphics driver. The graphics driver.
Because it's not the whole display, it's just Windows stuff on the display, right? Like the browsers. Is the browser correct at the top?
I don't know. No.
It's a little.
Yeah.
I still think it's the Windows scaling.
Windows
Like the capture
11.
card's offset. Also, if there's capture card settings,
I think it did on my other computer.
I don't know if it has like an app. Maybe it's like
Fucking, what is this shit called? I adjuncted it out of my mind. Oops, wrong thing. Because the website sucks. Pixels.
This homeless man won't leave, so I'm spraying him with dirty brown water.
I would like to.
Yeah, good. Oh. This one. Moira's on the counter. Moira's on the counter. Moira's on the counter in our kitchen. A bed. Audio, video occupied by program. HDMI, audio output. Multi-channel settings. HTTP disabled. Video audio source device. What's a VRR adjustment? What is a VRR adjustment on a monitor? Okay, that's not going to change anything. Okay, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Oh, my God, why is it in Chinese? Oh, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Check for updates. Okay. Resolution settings. There we go. Screen size. Why is it in centimeters? Wait, what the fuck? 50. What's the HDMI versions? If the default HDMI setting does not display correctly, try switching for better compatibility. Screen size in centimeters? 2K resolution centimeters? What is this? Yep. Yes. Yes. Yep. Yep. Okay, so 2K resolution. What the fuck? Pixel fucking we just got our food. 2560 and it's a lot of food. Width is 67.3. that is not what I said. 60, 67. Screen guys custom. What the fuck? Screen size. What is a 2K monitor screen size in inches? 27 diagonally. Oh, do I have to measure this thing? Hold on, I gotta measure my monitor. This is hard. Okay. And then I'm gonna put a piece of paper here. Oh, I have my goober. I have one of those like, what are they called? The tape measures that people tend to use for like body measurements? One of those. 23.5 inches. 23.5 inches in centimeters. 59 is the width. So 60? That was just tape measure? No, because like, you know, like work tape measures are like flex tape. Flex tape. No, because it's like screen size.
That's crazy. Why? Why is it like this?
33. 34 centimeters? Yeah, I guess. I was hoping that you would open it. Yes, thank you. What kind of measuring tape is this called?
Oh,
Oh, okay. It's a fabric tape measure, I guess. 60 by 34. That's fine, and take time. That's why I thought you would open it, because then it's like.
That's right.
Okay. That's fair. Thank you. Internal mode, merge mode. What's an EDID mode? Okay. Is it gonna restart it? Rolling up the tape measure. Alright, settings. What is this? EDID. EDID mode monitor. Oh. Thank you. Okay, we have the picture. Oh shit, this looks good. Shit looks bumping, chat. Let me just. Ooh. God damn, that shit's greasy though. Alright, there you go. Let me see how it looks on the other computer really quick. Still weird. Okay, cool. Save. I will put my food in the oven. Thank you, chat. I love you guys. All right, cool. All right, so this still didn't change anything. Let's see. 2.2.1. 4K 60 hertz, 144 hertz. Preferred one resolution. Do you know what hertz my monitor is?
144.
Okay.
I think the capture rate's probably 120.
Oh, 144.
Oh, it does.
Okay, well, I changed it and nothing happened. I changed settings and nothing happened, so it's okay. Please stop punching my monitors. Please stop punching my monitors. For what crimes?
What they're doing to you.
Oh, but that's the wrong monitor, love.
Just violence towards everyone.
Hold on.
Do you want dipping sauce for your cheese?
No. I'm okay. You know what time it is, chat? Ken Boy Rollins time. We eat dinner. I gotta get a picture of Little Caesars. Caesars pizza. No. Okay. Chat, I'm trying the stick. It tastes good. What is happening? Thank you. And thank you, chat. Save image. It's a fucking web. I don't know if this is gonna accept this. What's going on? I'm eating. I'm eating it. I just ate a crazy breadstick. It's really fucking good. I like it. I feel like they could have gone a little harder with the flavor, but it's pretty fucking good. Nom, nom, nom. So thank you again, chat. All right, and now we're gonna watch Camp Boy Rollin'. So feel free to tune back out if you don't want to watch this. But we're just gonna watch a nice old country cowboy make food while we eat food. It's just kind of banging. I'll try their pizza. Chicken and dumplings. Let's see. Oh, corned beef hash. I like this one. All right.
The cowboy president, Teddy Roosevelt. A man of grit and determination, but he also took that to the White House. And today, we're celebrating his best campfire dish ever, corned beef hash.
Corned beef. I love me a corned beef hash. It's just delish.
In the 1800s, corned beef was boiled up and served for many a meal. And if there was ever any leftovers, it was chopped up the next morning and mixed with onions and potatoes. That word hash comes from the French hasher, meaning to chop. And that's exactly what this
Not
was.
right now.
Chopped leftovers turned into fuel for another long day of work.
Pizza. It's fucking really good.
Corned beef hash on ranches, in boarding
This is
houses,
really good. The
logging
pretzel
camps,
with
and
the
army
cheese
mess
sauce is
tents.
really good.
It fed cowboys,
I like it.
soldiers, and railroad men. And today,
I like
I'm
it more than
chopping
the
it up with my
normal.
hash knife.
Fuck, I actually wish we got 2 of these. Now we know. Now we know.
Now I'm pretty sure old Teddy would have probably cooked this the same way, or had somebody cook it this way. Open fire, got them a little grate over the top, and they would have probably used beef tallow to start out with. Now beef tallow, all it is just rendered down beef fat. I cooked a bunch of brisket last week, saved all the trimmings, melted her down there, got me some beef tallow. It is the best thing to fry French fries in, but it is great for anything else. You can even use it on your complexion. So we're gonna put us about 2 or 3 tablespoons in there. Looks like the kitchen might be a little unlevel again today. Got our beef tallow melted up, we do. 1 yellow onion, diced up there a little. We ain't gonna rush this. We're gonna let them onions cook till they get browned and they get tender. If you have to add a little more beef tallow to it as it's cooking, feel free to do so. But don't walk off and leave it. Keep it stirring.
I never had it. I'm sure it's pretty flavorful.
Onions is beginning to brown up, they are. But we're gonna need a little more tallow in here to go with this. We'll get that mixed
I have
around.
like a
While
tallow
that's melting,
soap that I like
I've
to
took
use.
me 2 Yukon Gold potatoes. Boiled till they got soft. Put them in some cool water, let them cool. Slice them up in about bat-sized pieces. Now we're gonna stir this tallow around one more time. Now we're using Yukon Gold potatoes today, and this is probably the closest thing he would have had to keep it authentic to the historical records that we have. So
Oh, so he's making historically accurate, okay.
Let's just place them in there because we want these potatoes to crisp up, but we also want them to remain in their shape. We're not making mashed taters.
Yukon Gold is good. I know all potatoes are good. They're just different, you know?
Abuse them, but just give them a little mash because we want them to get down there and
I eat all my salad before I eat the rest of my pizza.
Crisp up. But now would be a good time too, just to season them with a little coarse ground black pepper.
I think it's the starchiness of the like pizza and stuff, but like
educated and
I can smell the potatoes.
Never comfortable. From a young age, he battled severe asthma and illness. Doctors told him to take it easy, but Roosevelt refused. Instead, he trained his body. At 13, Roosevelt built a home gym in his family's house and began training every day. He forced himself outdoors.
I love historical food videos. Yeah, they're fun. You get to learn and you get to see yummy food.
In 1884, tragedy struck Roosevelt's life with brutal force. His mother died, and on that very same day, his young wife died after childbirth. Roosevelt was shattered.
Max Mill on my go. Is that the
name publicly
like the food throughout history
but he
videos?
Couldn't let grief destroy him. That year, Roosevelt had already invested in a cattle ranch out west, so he left New York behind and headed for the Badlands of North Dakota.
North Dakota.
Roosevelt didn't pretend to be a cowboy. He became one. He slept in the open, rode through the blizzards, worked cattle alongside livestock to brutal winters, and learned firsthand how unforgiving the land could be.
Sure. Yes, I'm not gonna lie. His videos look very interesting, but I'll be honest, his voice makes me fall the fuck asleep. He has a very like make me want to go EP voice, which isn't a bad thing. It just means he has a very comforting voice. Look at that corned beef.
Taters is over finishing up getting that good crispy crust to them. I think we better talk about corned beef. Now, it ain't like an ear of corn and a piece of beef. Corn back then in the old terminology meant large crystals of salt which were used to pack meat with, which what? Cured and preserved before refrigeration ever come along. And then it went through a brining process where you would boil this meat in with salt, peppercorns, cloves, bay leaves, different spices to give it even more flavor. Boil it till it got tender, then it was took out, made for slice for sandwiches, made for hash like we're doing today. Usually when we're talking about corned beef, it was tougher cuts of meat.
Sounds like my law
most
professor.
likely
Damn.
Brisket. Now, when you cured this out, also that's going to make it a little more tender.
What if it
but
is your
when you
law
boil
professor?
it's even
Dun
gonna
dun
get more than that. Now
dun.
you can see when this one come out, it sort of fell apart and we just chopped it up. So I bought this one, threw it in the crock pot with just a little beef broth, their seasoning packet, and just let it cook about 6 hours.
That'd be
till it
crazy,
got
though.
good and tender. But if you want to do it the old way like we did, go back and watch the video.
If you had a
where we did
professor that was
corned beef,
secretly like a
and it'll show
YouTube
you
star,
exactly how to go
it'd be
through the
fucking awesome,
process.
man.
But when you chop this or shred it, that depends on your appearance. But we're going to get it back over there in the skillet with them taters and onions, let it crisp up, and we'll be good to
Them
go.
taters and onions. The puppy.
Well, the taters is ready to go. They are, so it's time to add up our little chopped up corned beef.
Oh, this is awesome.
One tried to jump out. Did y'all
That's
see this
cool.
guy? He gonna go in first.
I
So we're
wonder
just
what
gonna start
percentage
with
of
this
professors are
out
authors, though.
Now remember,
have, like,
everything
a
we
book.
got in here is cooked. We're just wanting to crisp up this meat and warm it up too at the same time. So I'll set this right over here, and we're just gonna gently begin to fold this over and try to
I'm
get
sure
the
it's
meat
like
on the
less
bottom.
and less as like the years go by, but
Ooh, look at that good
curious.
color of them potatoes. So when you got everything mixed in there good and you flipped it over, take your spatula and just give it a mash. We want to get everything to where it tries to get a good crust on there.
Ooh.
Now, as this is cooking along and we're pretty close, it's time to add a little seasoning to it. Traditionally, it would just been salt.
It's not
and a
common,
little
but it's
pepper,
not rare.
but I don't
I just
want
feel
you
like
to
a lot of
salt
like
until you taste it,
professors in
because
like,
remember,
especially
that
media,
corned
are like,
beef
I have
had
a
a lot of
book,
salt in it. So we're going to
and
use a
that's
little
like
garlic
gotta
powder
come from somewhere, you know?
and a little smoked paprika. As you're cooking this along and you think that's beginning to get a little dry or something, you're drying out in there, you
Add
can
more
add
beef
a little
tallow?
beef broth or you can add a little more beef tallow. We're in pretty good
Mhm.
shape. I'm going to give it another mash, then I'm
I'm
going to try to
learning.
flip it here in just a second. The way this is looking, I think old Teddy would have been proud to come in.
All right,
and
now I'm
help
trying
and have a
the jalapeno breadstick.
When
Honestly,
Teddy
the
finally
jalapenos a
left
little
the
mild.
Badlands, he returned east and stepped back into public service.
Are you okay?
He took a job behind a desk as a civil service reformer, fighting corruption in the government hiring. He then became New York City's police commissioner, and he personally walked night patrols and tracked down corrupt officers. Later, he became Assistant Secretary of the Navy. When the war broke out with Spain in 1898, Roosevelt volunteered to fight, and that's when the Rough Riders were formed. They were a volunteer of cavalry unit made up of cowboys, ranch hands, miners, and working men from the American West.
Easy,
alongside
damn. Look at you,
Ivy
bitch.
League athletes from the East. Theodore, along with the Rough Riders, didn't
Okay,
just win
I
the
said the
battle in
jalapeno was a little
1898, he
mild.
won the
It got a
nation's
lot
attention.
hotter the more I ate it.
Newspapers across the country ran his name. That reputation carried him straight into higher office. Roosevelt was elected governor of New York. He pushed reform, challenged powerful interest, and refused to be controlled
God.
by party
That's
bosses.
a little spicy right there.
To sideline him, party leaders pushed Roosevelt into the national ticket as vice president, a job that was mostly ceremonial at the time. They thought it would keep him quiet. But in 1901, President William McKinley was assassinated. At just 42 years old, Theodore Roosevelt became the youngest president in American history. Cowboy grit built
No
his
brilliant taste buds.
tenacity.
No, this is great.
Cowboy honor guided his presidency. So we're going to top this off with some fried eggs, and believe me, I have fried a many, I have. But it also goes back to, is your skillet well seasoned before your egg tear up? That's what happens to me sometimes. I've even cooked them on Old Bertha. Y'all have seen that. So we got our old Griswold out here, and it is getting hot. Now, if you ain't got no beef tallow and you're just frying eggs at home, I would say you get you some butter, because butter is your friend frying eggs. And you really need, I would say, a level spot. That is really nice if you can have one. And I'm a little out of kilter here, but we just gonna go with it. Hope everything's all right. I'm just gonna roll that
My
tower
stove is
around till
also
I
off
get
kilter.
everything
Camp Boy
greased up
Rollins.
here
It's
real
all
well.
right.
When you begin to fry egg, start on medium-low heat, because a lot of times so many people think you just crank it up on high. You're gonna get that egg so crusted on the bottom that it wants to stick and don't even want to turn over. So if you're having a little trouble with your egg sticking, not turning loose because your skillet may not be seasoned well, add you about a tablespoon of water in that skillet, crack the egg, put it on there. What does it do? Steam rises.
Oh, interesting. Alright, sorry I was kind of quiet. I decided to do my arm workouts because I feel like I feel like a little bit of a big back. Feel better now. I love these plates. Like the stoneware like looking plates. I like them. Look at that egg. Look at that egg.
Pretty good looking dish it is. I'm thinking Teddy and all the Rough Riders might want to join up in camp and have some of this. But as I let this cool here just a minute, I just want to tell you a little something that I know about Oklahoma, my home state. And in 1905, Teddy Roosevelt allowed he'd come down there to Oklahoma and go wolf hunting.
Go wolf
He was
hunting.
going with Jack Abernathy, the old famous wolf catcher he was, because he'd just bail off them horses and just catch them. Right there, he thought it was the grandest thing ever. But guess who else was hunting with him that lived down there in the area pretty close between Frederick and Cache? Quanah Parker, the great Comanche war chief. He even got invited to come over to Quanah's house and they had supper. Now, Quanah had been up there to New...
All right, if anybody wants to watch the rest of this, because I am taking a break from eating, and I would like to start my work. If anybody wants to watch the rest of that video, I put the link in chat with the timestamp. Otherwise, let's get on into it, shall we? Also, why is my monitor like fucked? My monitor's like fucked. Okay, so I got a weird angle. All right. Oh, I gotta play music. My bad. I'm gonna listen to something else now. Next update at 8. Wasn't Childish Gambino. I'm feeling the Childish Gambini. Alright, there we go. Let me just switch some stuff over, and then we'll get into it. Huh? Okie dokie. There we go. So it's being a little weird for a second. It wasn't like updating as I did stuff, which was a little annoying. Oops, I forgot. Oh, fuck. There you go. All right, there we go. Boop. That's not what I want to open. No, Mike, I'm gonna wait for me. I love you, but I cannot. Oops. Da Vinci. Okay, cool. Let me make sure I don't have anything to reply to over here. Da Vinci loads. Change cover. This one save. Put this over here. Ha ha ha! I put a bunch of Discord sounds in this video just for funsies, just to see what would happen. And I like it. Works for me. Okay. Yep. Okay. I see that the stream PC audio is on, which I gotta turn that off. There we go. Ooh, did I not save my voice meter settings? Ooh, I might not have. Fuck! I thought I did. That all looks good. There we go. Boop. Oh. Oh, shit. I forgot what I was doing. Okay. Boop, boop. Replace. This one. Nope. This one. This one. Boop. Workflow integration. Snap captions. And then let's do this one. Normal text. Transcribe audio. I'm being in the dim code. Oh, thank you, Ab. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, thank you. And then we go to 2026, create phrases. This cat was white when I bought it. Did you know? These adorably elegant felines have the tier GTYR. Temperature sensitive binary zone, which affects the melanin production in their fur depending on their temperature. Once Siamese kittens are born, they are nice and toasty thanks to their mama and will have essentially no melanin production. However, as they grow and create less overall heat in the areas known as spines, they'll begin to develop unique dark patches. This unique gene does not stop once they're an adult, though. If they're an adult, those Siamese cats, depending on their environment, may change their color for as long as they live. Go here. Thinking about it, Siamese cats are sort of like the mood rings of the cat world. Okie dokie. Do 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 do. Oh shit. Cool. You know better than that. Okay. And you the go that I wanted. Delete track. Track down. And then I want Canva. But I could do that at the end, actually. Let's just delete track. Okie dokie. Boop. And then let's just add the background videos, and then I'll add the Siamese cat on the hand. This one, 39, this one. Two can play that game. I feel like my Spotify is a bit quiet. There you go. One, two, three. Move albums. Right, wrong. You know I'm ready to go. Siamese kittens are born. This is a WebM. Fuck, I didn't change that to MP4. Oh. There we go. Let's start here. With this one. Oh. Oops. Delete track. I need to redo this. Transcribe audio. Oops. Then this one, default. However, as they grow up. Patches. This one, default. Create. Okay. Oops. Oop. Here. Alright. Delete track. We're good on that one. Then here I want to add these Siamese babies. And now I want this distinct kitty. I'll scoot the video over. Let's see. Ba 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 ba. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And then here. And then let's do this one because I like the look of this one. And then I'm gonna zoom it in just so you can see more of the kibby. More of the kibby. Oh wow, this is a really nice video. Okay, and then right there. And then one more video. This one. It's a little baby. I has that. My cat under my desk. Oh, she is. Okay. I was hearing like little tiny malems under my desk, and I was like, what the fuck? Boop. Save. And then we're gonna look at all those one more time. I kind of want to add one effect to this, which I think would be called the same thing in video editing. There we go. What you say or what you do? Distance, no blur. Angle. Strength. There you go. And then I just want to apply the plugin to all of these. Or, she don't know what it is. Did I not copy it? Pretty sure I clicked the one that I needed. Okay, cool. Fixed it. And now Elena's wondering if a cat video is enough. I wanna say that it'll be enough, but I don't necessarily know it'll be enough. Okay, and then this one. Hands holding something up. Oh, I wanted like a photo. Hands giving something. I wanted like, yeah, like this. Remove background. Oh, okay. Hi, 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 hi. Welcome in. Okay, select area, just click. I want this one. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me just wow. How are you doing? Apologies. Boop. Erase. What happened? Yeah, it just removes the whole damn thing. I don't want it to remove it. I guess brush is the easiest. Did a short project and just chilling out. Ooh, what kind of project were you doing? If you don't mind sharing. God damn it. Ugh. Erase. Reports like, you trying to catch these hands? On guard. I want this area. Bruh. I just want it. Ooh, wait, will it work with this? Boop. Needed a few more shield racks moved up floor to shield an area. They're going to put a large radioactive piece of... well, I hope that wasn't too annoying to do. Yes, erase. Bruh, the fuck is that? Oh my god. They have just these hands and like... I just want hands like these. Hands open, hand open. Giving? Okay, wait, can I just do like giving hands PNG? Not so bad. Oh, that's good. That's good. Colors. Yeah, like this one. Colored, transparent. To get these hands, Kevin wants you to pay premium. I already pay a premium. That's why I'm kind of pissed that it didn't really work. If I'm honest with you. Can I just add this? Yippee! My girl had me some cards to show my coworker card tricks, so I just got done doing like 3 card tricks. You can do card tricks? That's cool. Alright, there you go. Fucking shit. Okay. Because I use Canva for like stock footage and graphics when I'm lazy. Much better than this, or where I messed up 3 moves in a row. Oh no. It's okay. You have it today. Photos. Wait, can I do like fat Siamese cat? Give me this one. Give me this one. Let's see if background remover will work. Oh my god, it like kind of worked. Okay, wait. I could kind of like show Shelly. Yeah, I like this kibby. Eraser. Wait, I want to bring. Yeah, this was. Yeah. And then pixel eraser, and then just. Okay, done. I need to be able to see them both. Eraser. Okay, done. Oh wait, no, I know. My brain understands something. No. Okay. I just like need the fingers. I'm looking real close at these fingers. Kind of don't like it. Be smart. Oh my god, it was smart. Ew, why did it be? Oh. Alright, it's fine. We'll just do the normal eraser. Oops. God damn it. The awesome thing about this is I can likely... I don't think I need the thumb. The thumb would be behind. This is looking really weird, and I'm trying not to think about it. I just kind of need these 4 fingers because they're in the front. Okay. Done. Yes, there we go. And then copy and paste, and then flip them. To your heart. There you go. And then position. Wait, no, I didn't mean to do it 2 back. I just wanted to go backwards. Whoa, 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 whoa. You. I just wanted to be in between the cat. There we go. And then backward. 2 front. Backward. Back. Where'd the hands go? Where'd the fingies go? Thank you for the wellness check. Hello, Norman. How are you doing? Thank you for the belt. They look fine. It just looks weird when the fingers are flipping around. That's fair. That's fair. I need to flip them again. What's your matter? You still feeling like a poo-poo? Welcome on in. I missed you. Now I need the Kippy. Kippy go like this, and then I got the eraser Kippy. Done. Hey, what the fuck? Why is... Eraser. Why is it so zoomed in? Why is it so zoomed in? Done. There we go. Just a little bit more erase on the butt. There we go. Kibby. Little Kibby. There we go. Little Kibby is done now. I think. Just these fingers look weird to me. I think I need to erase the pinky. Oh, I don't need magic eraser. I just need a normal eraser. Do. Done. They look like little sausages. There we go. Download, transparent, current page. Did you know? 39. This one save. Okay. Now I need you to do add track. Rotation angle. And position maybe? And then I can go back. Make the zoom smaller. Like that. E. Boop. Taylor Freeway is making a new album. Ooh, what kind of album? You know, like the themes of it?
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? Okay, I see. So my chest kind of goes up, and then it kind of comes back down. Which is what the problem. You edit their own videos. Yeah, yeah. I feel like a lot of them do it offline, or they offload it to someone else to do. But I do them myself. And I didn't change this. Boop. Oh, I have more bouncies. Oh boy. Okay. Up. Down. Okay, that's good. Oh my goodness! Dude, I got the fight. Mwah. Mwah. I hope that you were able to have some good food today. We're having Little Caesars today. It's pretty good. I think that's not so bad. I think that's not so bad. The empty tracks. Did you eat today, Norman? It's cardboard pizza. It's not. It's really good, actually. I quite like it. I really like the stuffed crust stuff. The pretzel pizza stuffed crust. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm being a little lazy with this video because there's cats, but I think it'll be okay. To each their own. No. Do you think you could eat a snack for me? Even if it's just tiny? Do you think that would be possible? I understand if it's hard, but I'd appreciate it. I got some leftovers. That'll work perfect. Even just one, even if it's just one little tiny nom. Thank you. Foo Fighters. Yeah, Foo Fighters' new album, apparently. Apparently. Sounds exciting. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop. And boop, boop, boop. I am so surprised how many like music references are in JoJo, if I'm honest. Like, it's not what I expected. But I think it's cool that there's as many music references as there are. Wait! Happy, how much do you know about JoJo? My offline friends, I call them the Shy Guys, because that's the Discord name. They every month we change our names to something thematic. The next month is March is going to be JoJo things. Is there anything in JoJo's A Bizarre Adventure that's like gives Elaine vibes? I don't think there was any hold bar, so I think anything works. That's the wrong video. This one. The fans are crazed. Why are they crazed? If there are any little guys in JoJo, I don't know if there are. I think I know of like that one dog, but I don't want to be that dog. Do you like a character name or something for a nickname? Yeah, so everyone in the Discord will be naming themselves as like JoJo characters. And so I need a JoJo character name. Iggy. Is he cute? Iggy. Oh. I don't want to be the dog. Dog is kind of spooky looking. I don't want to be the dog. No, I got JoJo Lane. Dude, no. Is there anybody else other than that cursed ass dog? I'm open to suggestions. Literally anybody can chime in with this, by the way. Just putting that out there. Stray cat? Stray cat? It does, doesn't it? Stray cat? Okay, I'll take stray cat. I will ask the Shy Guys if I may have stray cat. I gotta scroll up. Can I be stray cat? They're a funny little guy. Okay, well, let's see if... Well, I guess I'll see if anybody's taken it yet. Hopefully no one's taken it yet. I've been trying this one. Oh, did I do the wrong thing? I did! Whoops. It's supposed to be this. And now we do this. Clip operations replace. We need the tallest one, which I think is going to be Art Womble's one. And then a square one on the left, which I think will be this one. And then the Patrick Star one, which is clip operations replace with this one. Okay. They're... Or Killer Queen, because they slay. They're a villain's ability, and they turn stuff into bombs. I think I have to be a character. Hold on, wait, let me look at it. Let me look. Next month theme is JoJo. Yeah, I guess I could be an ability. But I feel like I don't slay that hard, you know, like bless you and bless your heart for like saying that I could be one that slays, but I think I am the slayed if I had to pick. You know. Add track. I want to do one thing. I want an adjustment clip. Invaders M. Oh, fuck you, hate me. Okay. My ass, human centipede. Oop. Oops. How's that? I think that's what works. I gotta add that to the template though. Add track. Oh. Soft and oh. I don't think I want to be soft and wet. I'm gonna be honest because like oh, they do look cool though. They make bubbles. That is cool. I would the problem is with that one is my best friend Body would end up calling me whatever my name becomes. So right now he's been calling me Mushi, I think. Because I think we did like Legend of Zelda stuff, so I think currently my name is Mushi. It's Moosh. And so I don't really want them Sorry, the name is kind of whack. It's not your fault. You're not the one that named them. You know, you're not the one that named him. It's all right. It's all right. God damn it. Can I click the right thing? Bruno? They don't talk about Bruno. No, no, no. Mom vibes. Okay. Or is Bruno better? I will ask. They've been watching, so I don't. They've been watching JoJo, so I don't want to like take it from anybody if anybody else wants it, cause they've been watching it. But I'm fine with. Oh, they're a mob boss too. Shit. I kind of really want it though. Okay, here. Oh, create phrases. But I do like your reasoning. I wouldn't be against it if they're okay with it. I don't know if anybody else wants it though, so. Only thing blooming. He's a fave.
Hello, how are you? I am under the
Hello.
water. Please
How
help
are
me.
you? I
Here
am
too much
under the
raining.
water. Ooh. Wait. Wait. Beacorn. I just want to make sure that's what they're called. Beacorn. Beacorn. It's B, just one E. Okay. Oh. Beacorn. Great phrases. Group, say hello. So lively. I wish I was a peacorn. Oop. And then this one, and then we go to. Oh wait, no, it's not that one. It is this one. Just slightly different. I go default. Why is it so tall? I just listened to Foo Fighters' new single, Brand New Toy. It's meh, it's catchy riff, but it's nice. The lyrics are nonsensical, but it'll grow on me. For now, 6 out of 10. Fair. Hello, Moon. Welcome on in. Snap captions. That is not what I want to see in there, but that's okay. I can fix it later. Shine text. Why? Bad work day? Oh no, I'm sorry. What happened? What happened? Why do you have a bad worky day? Let me make sure that the preview caption is the one that'll work. Delete. So let's peek the. I worked only 5 hours. By the 4th hour, I was so convinced it had to been a. Yikes! I'm sorry. I am very sorry. that is how it felt. But I am glad that you are here, and I hope you can relax some, you know, feel a bit better, hopefully. We're almost done with work for today. I am just doing the last video. And I'm doing its, I am doing the subtitles. And then we're gonna be making some beans. Some beans. Default 2026. There we go. Create. It's fine. Does a little generic, but it's fun. Fair. Well, good thing. Whoa, some spring beans? Yes. I think... I don't remember where we left off with the spring beans, if I'm honest with you. So we might be working on some of the basic ones still. I'm not 100% sure, so I'll find out. I think I have one more. I think I have to do the BLT one. And then we can do either the rare ones or fan art. I'm green beans. I'm leaning towards doing the special ones and then leaving the fan art ones for tomorrow. But we will see. I think I forgot to post that I went live today. Oops. Ugh. Heroic bean. Do you want me to draw the heroic bean? Kiwi saga. Okay. It sounds like okay. We'll do the fan art tonight. No problem. I was not sold either way, but now I have been sold. Okie dokie. And then I save the rest of this for tomorrow. Or do I do it now? Actually, it'd be better if I do it now, so that way tomorrow I don't have to... Well, let's see. What are we doing tomorrow? No, tomorrow we're doing more video editing, so I'll do it tomorrow. We got more video editing to do tomorrow, because we got to do... Hold on. Brain's working. We got to do the month in review devlog for Enshrined tomorrow, so I will just do it tomorrow. Save. This is supposed to be the 5th. Save. It was finally quiet for the last hour, but me and everyone else was pissed, so to release and stuff, we decided to, instead of shooting this shit like always, we'd yell the shit, like a lot of swearing, and it was cathartic. That's awesome! I'm glad you could do something that was cathartic, not just for you, but also your friends. Because that's a good feeling. Is there a way I can count how many duplicates of them I collect? I don't think so. Get that bad energy out. Okay, I gotta go back. Boop. My mouse is dying. No, I need it to draw. Oh my goodness. It scare anyone? I hope it inspired people that heard it happen. If anybody heard it happen.
Gotta find a honey for my homie. A baby for my buddy.
This is loud.
A lady for my laddie.
Fucking love that thing, man. I love Jake the dog. Okay. Maybe you fucking say, fuck off. I'm glad it was a fun time. Oh, I forgot to do this. a fucking nap. Rarely something that can be done on the clock. Make sure no customers were there. That's good. That's good. That's good. Alrighty. I do want to finish the commons though. Pay tomorrow. Yippee! Damn, 92? What are you doing with all those points? God damn. I guess having dupes ain't no problem for you. Yeah, god damn. Wait, how'd you get that bing bong? How do you get the bing bong thing? I want the bing bong. To the 28th? By tuning into a peak stream for 15 minutes. Oh, fuck. Saving. Bing bong. I want bing bong. Who's playing peak right? Is anybody playing bing bong? Is anybody playing peak right now? Is anybody playing peak right? Cool Milk Kid? Probably Cool Milk Kid. Check inventory and drops inventory. Give me the bing bong. I want the bing bong. Let me search for peak. Nope, that's not what I want. No. Chill manager or no customers. Plus I don't fun. Not fair. Is it going on right now? Yeah, it's from the 18th to the 28th. Or the 15th to the 28th. So we should do it now. Just do it now. Yes. Participate in live channel. Oh, but the only way to like know, I think. Yeah, they say it's drops enabled. Okay. The stars are starting to collect their milk books. Have I gotten it? Okay, 6 of 15 minutes. Okay. Okay, we're good. I'm happy. Okay. Now we can do art stuff. Done. Okay. Stream avatars, blind box, set. No, we did all the baby beans. Perfect. Wait, no, we didn't do Moira. Fuck. We gotta make her into Mothman. Mothman plushie. A massive viewer drop. Shut the fuck up. Don't say that. Shh. I don't know if I can be considered for this. Guys, don't leave me. Just like open another tab with it open, guys. Guys, come on. I think I have to stay in this ad. What's happening? I got all the windows. Okay, you better. Okay, there we go. I want the bing bong badge. What is the theme for next month's beans? Cryptids. Because cryptids are my favorite topic, and I don't get to look at them enough. Hold on, I'm gonna make sure I get this. I'm just gonna put this over here on my other monitor. All right. So currently, because it's spring and cryptids. So we have Springwoods, which is inspired by Flatwoods, So Young. We have a Leprechaun, BLT. Yo, my birthday in the cryptid beans awesome. Same birthday month, let's go! Let's fucking go. I need a Mothman. I like this Mothman. Give me this Mothman. Just like it's a 10, I want it for inspiration and color. I believe. Jesus! Star, put things in folders. About to trigger me like Pixels triggers me with the fucking, goddamn it, with the fucking amount of tabs y'all have open. Jesus. Oh, y'all trigger me. My autism could not. That's just the one I got for it. I don't know how you do it, Star. I don't know how you do it. Okay, so now we need... Hey, that's cool. Mothman has like a little tuft that Moyer has. Me and my roommate's birthday are back to back. His is the 24th and mine is the 15th. Your birthday's after my birthday! Your birthday's after my birthday! I'm putting your birthday on the calendar. Your birthday's... Oh, well, it's 2 days after. Well, no. No. His is the 24th. 25th, not 15th. Oh my god. Wait, yours is the 25th? Okay, fruit, bat, vamps. Oops. Edit. Sorry. Birthday. This is part of the birthday one. I forgot. Did I just make them blue? Why are all the birthdays blue? They should be a different color. Make them flamingo. Yes. Okay. On the 16th, I'm taking to our Olive Garden. Are you going to use that coupon you got? 35 tabs per window? Oh my god. I cannot with you people. So I'm a mama's boy. Fair. My grandma's birthday is on the 14th and mine is on the 23rd. And Shadow's birthday is on the 3rd. Oh my god. Y'all's parents need to stop fucking in June. That's all I'm gonna say. Surprised you remember that? I'm pretty cool at remembering things about my chat. I do have a bit of an odd memory when it comes to listen, when I say I care a lot about you guys, I mean it. Like, I don't know about these other streamers out here, but like, you tell me a factoid about you, like you have a gift card to Olive Garden and we talk about it a little bit, you damn better believe I remember. I'm gonna be honest, if it's a feet thing, I'm not gonna remember. If it's a feet thing, I'm not gonna remember. You know why? Because I don't like feet. Feet are a thing that'll get adjunct out of my mind very quickly. Oh, my tabs is just UV gen. Is what? UV gen? Dang, even I have limits. That's because Pixels has work and other stuff open. D&D takes a lot of tabs. Mine? Why mine? Oh, you have my VGen open, you goober. So plan on. Oh, yippee! I will do my best. May even make a new version of it just for you. I know where my limit is. It's one of those tabs. Don't know which one. Goobers. How many toes do I have? I'm hoping that you have at least one. You know? Because, like, one would be good, but, like... I'm not your mom. I'm not going to tell you how many you should and shouldn't have. Just, you know, like, for humans, for the balance purposes, it's, like, good to have 10, I'm pretty sure. Also, like, just saying, like, October is also kind of a cryptid month. I can't count. On God. That's okay, I can't either. I'm feeling a little lightheaded. It's fucking my brain up. Did your plushie come in? It did! It did. I'm sorry. I don't remember if I took a picture of him, but he did, and he is my best little guy, and I cuddle with him every fucking night. I love him very much. His name, I have decided to name him Percival Wallace Platypus. I have enough probably. Thank you for the wellness check. Very cute. You're cute, Sino. Hi, Sino. Thank you. I drink water. Very salty pizza. Please drink water. It was before. It was actually before I ate that I was feeling that way. But it's a little heftier in my brain now. Probably okay. Oh yeah, well, it takes cute to know cute. Ahaha. I have no more Riz in my bones, but know that I think you're amazing. And please don't look at the fact that I spelled antenna wrong. Ahaha. Dang, what a line, alright. It's funny, I'm usually the one that says that line to people, so I think it's funny that was reversed on me. Mothman. Oops. I think I might... No, I think I'll put it here. I want to give her like a onesie though, so maybe I'll put them like up here. And then I gotta flip it. I will say the one good thing, other than the fact that it seems like you guys too like the milk bean blind boxes, blah 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 blah, is that it makes me practice pixel art. So what is this ad? What ad? Is there an ad? What's the ad? Backstreet Boys, but cats for Meow Mix? What the fuck? That sounds pretty sick. I'd be kind of sold, except my cat's very picky about food. Mothman. This Mothman plush is so cute. Do I have one? No, I have a lamb, a bird, and a jackalope. Never seen them, been around. I have not. I've seen that ad here on Twitch. I have not seen that ad. I'm currently getting a Red Bull ad. Now I'm getting an Ollie ad. Months? Why did the music stop? I'm gonna change the music now. What is the dayless spring? If it doesn't bring me anything good, I'm gonna listen to some Colin McGinnis, I think. Yeah, it's this kind of the same. Maybe not on Twitch? Maybe. Maybe. Where is it? I do not know how his things work. I just want to listen to... Add to queue. Add to queue. This is the first I've ever seen it. Fair. This one's good. I want that one. And then... What else do I want to listen to? Turn this up. Work was so overstimulating. Well, just chill, you know? Sit back, relax. It's, you know, it's over for now. Add the queue. Add the queue. I'll have to watch that later. Add the queue. Or we'll watch it tomorrow on the stream. Kind of just queue. Okay, yeah, well, okay, I'll save it for tomorrow then. I'll save it tomorrow. We'll watch on the stream first thing. Or whenever you pop in, because you're the one sending it to me, so. I will remember. Alright, now I kind of want to mix some of these up. Sully's song reminds me of another song. Which one? I was listening to constant noise in one ear with the headset, trying to talk with each other with constant noise, and eventually I added full blast music to the mix. Damn! That is a lot. I am surprised you are not incapacitated. My autism, I'd be dead. I'd probably have a breakdown. What is conducive of moth wings? I think like 3. Screaming helped a lot. I'm glad. I think it's called Sinners. Is it a cover that Column does, or is it by someone else? Oh, fuck. What the fuck are moth wings? Oh, really just look up Mothman. I mean, they're oh. We always need cat brace. Gimme. And the footage. Is there name? Well, yeah, remember Walmart? Oh, little baby Walmart. Thank you for little baby Walmart. I love you, Walmart. Actually, I think More and For the Blood God sound very similar. No, from a fan interview for Kyla Widowgas. Okay. Alright, let me add it to the queue. Don't offer comfort, but I offer escape from wrong. You just moved, so Walmart is still adjusting. Oh, I hope they're doing okay with the move. I hope they like the new place. God. This is normal. That's fair. Can be a big adjustment. I kind of like this picture of Mothman. Don't offer comfort, but offer escape from the ones who showed you. I know that you've been wronged. Too strong. I don't know how to draw wings. Oh, you're moth wings. You're smart. If I can spell moth correctly, though. Oh, not for comfort, but all for escape from. And makes you strong. Got it? What happened? Oh, you got it! Oh, shit! Hold on, did I get it? Where'd it go? Can I equip it? I got it too! Yippee! Yippee! We did it, chat. Wait, how do you get it? Watch a channel that's playing Peak for 15 minutes. Oh, we stole it. Yeah, we stole it, actually. Yeah, I was watching this guy. Badgy Badge. Watching this guy. I felt happy. Let's be like, thank you for being bong. I like this moth a lot. I can see why Pixels sees similarities between the last song and this song. It's got similar motifs, in my opinion. I don't have work tomorrow. Thank the merciful Lord. Yippee! I like the vibes. I got it. Equip it, equip it, equip it. I don't know how to do this. I was not gonna lie, besides my IRL friends, you're the only one. Aww! That means a lot to me. Thank you. I got it, I think. You did! Yippee! Close enough? Close enough? Close enough. Actually, I'm gonna do it like this. So I haven't done this in a while. I did this to Halky's wings, but I made theirs more feathery, I think, because they're an angel. I also got this Hollow Knight. Oh. Oh, yeah. I like the Hollow Knight one a lot. I don't think I was paying attention, though, when it was about. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Is your Twitch being funky? Mothman wing, Mothman wing, Mothman wing. No, I'm fucking with my badges. Gotcha. I did this wrong. No, I went the wrong way. Let's just go this way. I had the Silk Song one. Hyperfix. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's a good hyperfixation to have, especially I believe you're playing it currently, right? So makes sense. Just started. Well, I hope that it is a very fun and satisfying experience for you. Oh, I did this backwards. Alright, now how do I make it look more Mothman-y? This is kind of spooky to me. Reach the Hunter's March. Heard it was hard. Is it hard? Like, do you feel like it's hard? Oh, I guess you just got there, so I guess you haven't really gone through it. How to make it look more like Mothman. She's already very, like, Mothman-esque. It's a fucking walk back. Oh, gosh. Mothman wing. I didn't mean to make that capital. Okie dokie. Mothman. I could do like a tuft, a fur. I think that would work. I mean, there's a bench near the beginning, but benches respawn and yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Very Dark Souls-esque. I want to give it like the moth fluff. There's a separate color so I can see what I'm doing. Oop. Merge down. Fluff. Oops. It's like same. Let's make it darker. Oops. Oops. There you go. Oh, I see. Oops. There we go. Because I'm not accustomed to the new movements. That is fair. That is fair. That's fair. I feel like whenever I take from a break from Elden Ring games or like games like that, it's just like my brain's like, I don't know what movesets are. Abilities, what's that? Idle. Keeping you. Play another verse. I can be your sanctuary. I'm the only one right now. Oh, that turns down toward the power more than gold. I have a little bit of a different idea for this. One who loves your sins. Guarantee was the old movie I beat at least halfway through. Oh, I bet. Preaching to the choir. Can I get like a higher? You. Wrong song, but right movie. Fair. What song were you thinking of? This is a cover. Sounds weird. It is a cover. It's a cover. We're listening to an artist named Colm McGuinness. He's an Irish artist. And so I played his cover. Sounds like Shark Tank. Oh, fair. I mean, same. Hello. Hi, Don DD. Well, come on in. How are you doing? Be your idol. Merge. Down. How's it going? Welcome on in. What brings you into the Milk Club today? Welcome. Get the mic a little higher. Shift N. Hi, Luna. Welcome on in. Oh, the Rattling Bog. In the valley, oh. Oh, the Rattling Bog. The bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, the Rattling Bog. The bog down in the valley, oh. Where was a narrow, rare, rattling bed? The bog in the Rattling Bog. The bog down in the valley, oh. How's it going? Pretty good. Just doing some art. How are you? Oh, the Rattling Bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, the Rattling Bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Where the Rattling branch. Oh, the Rattling Bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, the Rattling Bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. We actually listened to this earlier, Pixels. I think you were in your meeting. And someone had mentioned this song, and I don't remember. I really apologize. I don't remember who it was that mentioned it, and I was like, "Fucking bet!" So he played it at the beginning of the collab. I think it was. Oh, roll the Rattling Bog, the bog down in the valley. Oh, roll the Rattling Bog, the bog down in the valley. My brain is kind of upset that I don't remember who it was that suggested it. Who suggested it? It was. I know how I can remember. Actually, could I remember this way? Fuck, no, I can't. Hello again. Hi, Draconian! I hope you sleep well, Mr. Beefcakes. Hope you sleep super good, and I hope you had a good day today. Bog. In the valley, oh. Oh, roll the Rattling Bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the Rattling Bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. The Rattling Bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, the Rattling Bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. What else? Oh, fuck, I was trying to remember who. I feel like it might have been. I don't want to say the wrong name and then I'm fucked. Okay. Some notions. Hopefully it will. Gotta work at 4 a.m. tomorrow. Excited with the program manager, my boss, for give me after the convo we had. Was it a good convo or a bad convo? But either way, I hope that everything goes okay. The best thing in nature, taking your sorrows and raising your voice. Holy shit, it's my song! Yeah. I like this song a lot. I told her I could see myself in this video and asked for some help, resources, and direction. Show me she'll have some. Oh! She's gonna give you a stack of papers and it's like, when do you want to start? There you go. And be like, do you wanna start as a manager here or something? I don't know what your job is, but she's just like, easy. You want a career in this? You can work here as the manager. Yeah. You think this is Mothman-y enough, chat? I think this might be Mothman-y enough. Nature, the best thing in nature, for sinking your soul, your choice. Shit, I'll take it. There's a super visual open technically in my file. Oh, see? It could be that. Oh, wait, I need to add little antennas to him. I wanted to add little antenna. Fuck, okay. Nature, the best thing in nature, for sinking your sorrows and filling your joys. Edit. I like it. I'm glad. I work in a grocery warehouse, so my work falls under supply chain transportation. Oh, thank you for making sure the stores can feed us. And I hope that it's going to be an awesome, like, I hope they're like, bet you want to work in this field, we got you. And then you just get another job, and then it's awesome. Badge. There you go. All right, number 6. Moth cat. Moth meow? I'm gonna call it moth meow. Meow. And then spring lids. Oh, wait, hold on. Shit. Hold on. I know, I'm sorry if this is a fuck up. The fuck. Hold on. We had a song request, so I want to play that song first. My bad. My secret plan is to see if they'll be willing to foster me and help me fund education towards it. Then can be a director of transportation by the end of it. Since oh, that'd be pretty cool. Thank you for redeeming the I wish you well. Will this be reversed? You need it? No problem. Moon, I hope and I wish you the most wonderful rest of your week. And that even though work seems rough now, that when you get that paycheck for the job that you work, you're gonna be like, you know what? Fuck it. It be worth it. Even like, like I hope that it's at least a little fulfilling for you. Even if it kind of sucks donkey ass sometimes. And I wish that you can live in splendor soon. And that, you know, if anybody needs to be taken out back, you know, if it works out, I'll be making hella money after it all. Ooh! Gotta go for stuff like that. Yeah, you gotta go for stuff like that. On God. But that is my I wish you well. I hope it makes you feel better. Taken out back? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Alright. And kissed? Shit, if that's what you're into, then yeah. Alright, let me look up. I gotta get references. I need a reference of Kiwi. My ass fucking hurts. I need a reference sheet. Kiwi, please. Maybe they have one on Twitter, actually. Kiwi. Yeah, exactly. I see the chance, and I've only proven to pick up new stuff quickly. And handle multiple sponsors. I believe in you. I believe in you. You're a pretty swell person, from what it seems. And you're very kind. I mean, very, very good. I think you're cool, so I don't see why not. And in case of anyone at my job, would you kiss him with a hammer? That's true. What Happy says is very true. It's very, very true. Oh, this is gonna be very interesting, actually, doing Kiwi's new look. I don't think I've had one other bean that like was quote unquote broken. And that was Devourings, but his whole head was like cut off technically. I need an image. Oh, I like that Barbie. Oh, do I not have? Because this is the old one technically. I'm screaming on the inside. I could go far at my job, but in a way I'm saying Gone Before Fall delays. That's fair. Accusing the little creature one. Oh, I was hoping they'd have like a picture of their full body model without the post-processing on it. I could just go to their stream. Hello? Okay, my stuff just broke for a second. I'll just go to their stream and then screenshot them. Beep, 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 beep. Videos. There you go. Thank you. Very kind words. I think I got it. I've been feeling very locked in, and I moved out of the state for the prospect of buying a house soon. Soon you make the money better. Fair. Oh, this is in. I'm sorry. This is in Irish. I didn't realize that. Still a good song. But big moves, very big moves. I am excited for you, and I hope that all works out. Awesome. Okay. Come here, Kiwi. File new. Oh, I need one of their whole body, though. This? I think that works. Here, I'll take this one as like a chibi. Okay. I'm on a stunning every time. I know! Oh yeah, Elaine, did I tell you? I checked my pay stub. They actually did pay. Let's fucking go! DM Kiwi? I wanna bug them? Be a little surprised. You see your whole body! I now I go to bed. Good night, Moon. Mwah. Sleep well. It was fun. I moved out to live with long distance. This is sweet. Okay. So do I make... Now go to bed? Not me? Oh, you meant good night to Draconian. I'd be like, send pics. No. No, I'm too shy. I don't know what color to make them. Okay, wait, this got like 10 times harder because my brain was like, what? Okay, hold on. Okay, wait. So we gotta like... I kind of want to know what they look like bald. This is also actually really good art. Okay. The artwork is showing me the finger. Yeah, yeah, a little bit. What if you made Kiwis being like a mannequin head with legs? That'd be very creepy. That'd be cool, but creepy. But no, beans follow. They have to follow the shape, but they can be a little weird. Wait, does Kiwi have like a way that they draw? They kind of do, it looks like. Okay, let's start with the parts that we know then. It's like small and then a big crack. Or you could put the mouth teeth at the bottom. I'll make like the jacket part because that's like important. I will remove the arms. Let me remove the arms really quick because I don't have arms. And then, yeah, kind of. I think it's like a jacket mouth kind of situation, and they have like the shadow arms. So I gotta work with that. There you go. Well, thanks for letting me have about exciting future prospects. Just letting the feeling push me further to career health stuff. Anyways, good night. Good night, Draconian. Sleep well. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Let us know how it goes. We love you very much. Good night, good night, good night. Like a mannequin torso being puppeted by a swamp monster? I think so. Yeah, I think that's how the lore be working. Yeah, very exciting. We're all excited for you. Somebody like you. This one. Wait, is this the wrong eye? No, this is no. I'm right. Wait, they have this little pen in their hair. I gotta do that too. They do have an ahoge though, and I do tend to draw those. So let me do that as well. Oops. Make me dream of you. Wicked thing to say. To never felt this way. Yeah, a little flippy. Fuck, I got the wrong color. I'm falling in love. Lewd? Not lewd. Only lewd if it's the other word. I don't know how to say it properly. I gotta pick a color for their soul though. I think I'm gonna make it their skin tone. Like their mannequin skin tone. Because that makes sense in my head. I think I made the thing too big. I think I made this too big. I didn't think my work would actually pay that much for travel expenses, so I'm hyped. Fuck yeah! Let's fucking go! Is that what... They're gays? H-O-G-E? H-O-G-E? Yeah, H-O-G-E. Yeah, that's what they're called. I have one. It's pretty big. I feel like I made it too big. Gays! It's very true. It's true. Many gay people have the gays. If you or a loved one has been affected by the gay, you too could seek compensation. I had a thought and I forgot. Oh, on God, that's me like all the time. It's me every living, breathing second. Oh no. Fall in love. Oh, there we go. Make this a little bit more open, dramatic. Started wearing sunscreen daily, so maybe my skin tone will be like Kiwi's eventually. Yeah, maybe. Could be. It's possible. It's not impossible. Okay, now their eye got constant sorrow. I want to find a mud pit and put a mannequin arm inside reaching free people. That would be pretty fucking cool. I'm here for this. Okay. So we got the dot. Call it an art project. Fuck yeah. Okay. Take a picture that would look... It would. It really would. Alright. So we got that. We got the eye thing that's going on. She would. This is true. I'm gonna steal eyelashes from somebody. Kiwi sagas. Naho, give me your eyelashes. Oh, friends, to help him now. I think I'm using absolute black, which I don't tend to like to do. I am not actually. Good, good, good. I'm gonna just lighten this up just a little bit. Maybe one mannequin head half submerged in the middle. Ooh. And then they have like a necklace. But let me do the... Just a crack. Hair. Very Silent Hill. Very Silent Hill. This is true. Okay, and then the mouth. I need Kiwi to open mouth. Mouth open piece. Okay, it's black. It's actually black. And then sharp teeth. Has anybody drawn sharp teeth?
Is that the Grim Reaper?
Ooh! Yeah, I remember my thought. I'm half trying. Oh, yeah, because you were saying you were 50-50 earlier. Yeah, we know. I don't think we ever finished that conversation. That's cool. That's cool. Fucking scare the shit out of me. But that requires motivation. That's true. That's true. Remember you asked earlier. Yes. Now, here's the real question. Do you remember who talked about Rattling Bog? Oh, shit. Shit, I don't know. I'm half American, half American. I am full Korean. All American. I want to make like the teeth a bit shorter. Yeah, that works. I just having a motivation. What do you need this so I can do a badge? The badge is pretty cool. Oh my god, Norman. Look at the little dance. Look at all the little dances. Look at that big emo dances. Okay. Mouth is good now. And now I need to do the jacket. How they doing that? How they doing what? How they doing what? Okay, I need the screen. Big? That wiggle? That wiggle? That's they have an emote and then you gigantify it. I think it's a bits thing. Oh! Honk! Honk! What the fuck? It's a Twitch emote? That's fucking awesome. Okay, now I do have to tab because I'm referencing something. Man, I wish I could make myself summer stuff all the time, but I cannot. Makes me cry. Car honk! I lost the thing I was referencing, so I just have to click. Okay. Oh, fuck, I did it again. I'll just do it this way. Ah, that works, okay. Wait. I want black glasses to look like Kiwi Saga. Oh, God. I think it's like, I think the big thing is you gotta have, like, matte lipstick. I think that's, like, a big part of it is having matte lipstick. Hold on, I made the brush too small. And I need more stabilization. Okay, Matt, give me your head. Who's Matt? You forgot the E. It's Matt. Matt E. Matt E. Matt E has the secrets that you require. Okay, and then I'll start from here. Where's Pookie Pixel? Pookie Pixel, it working. He working and lurking. Matt! Matt! He was here earlier eating with us. There he is. Matt's ignoring me, damn. Oh, now you should have somehow realized what you had to do. I don't believe in anybody feels the way I do about you now. Okay. That's so funny. Was that a Gordy emo? Yes, twinsies. Then I need to do this. Things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. But maybe you gonna be the one that saves me. 'Cause after all, look at all those emotes. And now I need this one. Try to somehow realize what you got to do. I don't believe anybody feels the way I do about you now. Otherwise, you are blinding. Okay, so it's the. Okay, wait, okay. There's many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. Oh, I see. Baby, you're gonna be the one that saves me. 'Cause after all, you're my wonder wall. Maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. 'Cause after all, you're my wonder. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. Exactly. Maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. No. Such a good song, Wonderwall. It is. I'll be the one that saves me. Edit FX outline. Apply, okay. Yummy nuts and bolts. That's a funny mix of emotes. You know who? I'm gonna steal actually someone's arms. Where's Nicto? I made them for Nicto once. Where is it? Where's my Nicto bean? This one's still accurate. I don't know why I moved that. Yeah, I'm gonna steal Nicto beans and then edit them. Whoa, what did you realize? But I ain't coming home with you. Unless a bit more colder than what I told her. And something to my shoulder. Oh, what I'm gonna do. That's 10. Thank you for the song request. I will be sure that gets played next. Talk my spit, cheer, spit, treat me squeeze. Body actually look like it's the distance? It's in the distance? It does, doesn't it? Yeah, actually, yeah, it does. Those are both very good memes. I like the one that's like pointing a lot. We should get a pointing one at some point. Or make a pointing one, I guess. Don't worry, guys. We'll have a bunch of cool, funny emotes someday. I just gotta get an art style. Disgusted by her. Short little bruised and battered. Oh God, I ain't coming home with you. You guys are silly. Fun fact, Elaine also has a thigh emote. Elaine just doesn't put it on Twitch because I don't want to get banned. And I'm scared. I have that one and then I have this one. So I didn't know I had two. Creepy my squeeze. It smells something on my feet. It didn't hurt, blurred, flood, squirt, stuff, shirt, and knee on the trees. Oh, we gotta see it? I showed it. It's this one? I'll show you. It's this one? I have two of them. They're pointing me when I pose for pictures sometimes. Do that. That's fun. I like that. You've been holding out? They're in the Discord. They're in the Discord, and we don't have any slots. We don't have any more slots. Do you have two or is it three? Oh, no, I do have three because Miu made me one. I think Miu made me one, right? Yeah. Miu made me this one, which I will put in the Miu made folder. There you go. Yeah, I have three. I mean, that one seems pretty safe. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, this one's not, I think, because right here doesn't work. But the other one, like, the other ones are fine. I'm sure you can find three to get rid of. Looking for got to say hi, you're good. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Hello, hello, hello. But look. That's fair. That is fair. I also have one other one. That's allowed. That one is okay. Listen, I'm just not gonna get caught. I also have this one. This one's also in the Discord. Always. Just that little nod. The easy, guys. We just become the next #1 Twitch streamer, and then Twitch will give us all the emote slots we could ever want. Getting the urge to give money. I wonder why. I wonder if there was just something on the screen that just, I don't know, hypnotized people. I'm scared to look at Discord. Happy just making sure the emotes work in the Discord, I see. We will never know. No, it'll be one of the world's mysteries, won't it? No, I don't like it when it does that. Ugh. The biting one's not that bad. The look up at Booba is a little bit. Femboy moth eyes. Femboy moth. You're welcome, thank you. Rolane, what is the nom emote? It's me biting someone's arm. It's me biting Pixels' arm. What do you mean? Minko Nom. Yeah, Minko Nom. I think I don't have it on. Who go sleep? Luna, good night. Mwah. Good night, good night, good night. Well. Is it really same? What is same? Let me get a little different colored in this one. So I too will make it a little different colored in this one. Okay, it's arm. Yeah, it's an arm. You goober. Okay. Is there anything else that we're missing? The spider lily. See y'all tomorrow night.
Okay, I
Good night,
like it, Picasso.
Luna. Okay, we gotta do the spider lily because I really like the spider lily. Merge down. And then... Crap, I love this song. Well, lucky for you, it's a cover, so if you don't like covers... We numbed all the pain, now the day bleeds. It's a nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. My guard down, and then you pull the rug. It's getting kinda used to being someone you loved. You got him again. Don't want to turn to you. I just want a singular spider lily. Somebody to have, yes, I know how it feels. It's easy to stay. It's never the same. I do sometimes. So how could I hate a thing I do? I mean, you could just not like the inflection that the person does, you know? And then my guard down, and then you pull the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. Close my eyes when it hurts sometimes. I fall into your... Do you want to do the little necklace? Like, yeah. I will. Yeah. What the fuck? And you're not here to get me through it all. Let my guard down, and then you pull the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. Or the tank top, but I don't know if that would translate well. I don't do clothes. Unless your literally only other defining thing is something is an item of clothing, like Pitter Pat, then I do clothes. Otherwise, no. Aw, thank you, Moon. And then you pull the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. Then the edge of their mouth. Ooh, you right. Oh, you right. Oh, you right. Hold on. Oh shit. I'm clicking all the wrong buttons. Cause what the fuck? Hello? Wait, they have this line that goes down? No. We do as much detail as we can. There you go. I'm an early bird. Eating glass. Eating glass? More like eating ass. Could never tell. How do you sleep so well? Telling me to live right. A bed before my day arrived. Wake up for the sunrise. Don't gotta pretend, baby, now and then. Don't you just... Good night, Luna! Thank you for listening to music with us. Life, babe. I think it's great. All in this world, I think I'll take my whiskey neat. Coffee black in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Take my whiskey. A coffee black in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. It's okay. The next, if it makes you feel any better, I don't think you'll stick around for the next one because the next one's another Irish traditional song. Ooh, that's a good. Oh, and the quill tip. Thank you. And your time gets done, but you were someone. Thank you. I'm fucking Irish. What do you say? I won't like it? I mean, I said that you might not stick around for it. I think. Giant. Oh, and a giant black. Oh my god. I'm literally forgetting everything about Kiwi's design, huh? I'm a faker. I'm so fake, bro. Yeah, wait, Luna, did you bring up Rattling Bog earlier? Maybe it wasn't Luna. I don't know. I know this is like much bigger than they have it. But I think it looks nice, so I'm keeping it. My bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. Well, beans are so small, so it helps stay visible. True. There was someone in here earlier that they are fuck. They are ooh fuck, I'm really sorry if you're in here. Oh fuck, they are no, let me remember. They're Irish they're Irish on their dad's side, Mongolian on their mom's side, but they're also 2 other things. I think it's like I don't know if Russian is in there. Someone was rattling bog earlier. They were. Hold on. Yeah. See? You can look at chat. I don't think my chat will scroll up that far. Hold on, wait. Let me look at it in here. Let me look at the creator dashboard. I was gonna say, we could look at it by... They're pagan Shinto! They're yes! Yes, they are. Okay, so... Yesterday... I'm so afraid that it's Fruit Bat. Because I feel like a bad friend. Oh, wait, I could do it this way. Are your parents pagan Shinto? Fuck yeah. Bye, y'all. Bye-bye. Oh, fuck, I gotta do it the other way. I gotta do it this way. Hold on. Is that not how you do it? Can I not? I cannot click a single thing. Channel. Oh, fuck, who was it? Oh, I'm pretty sure it was a pink name. That's why, like, I think maybe it was Fruit Batman. It was Harriet Megumi. It was Harriet. God, fuck. That's why I couldn't remember. Because it was Harriet. God, fuck, I suck. What are you gonna do with this information? Make it their ringtone? No, I just like remembering things about chat. Why? I don't really know. I don't know. Harriet Megumi, yeah. Reach down. Spider Lily. Okay, so yeah, this way. And then I gotta, okay, I'm gonna do the quill, and then I'll do like the little pen quill, this thing. And then we'll do the arms. Should do this in black first, actually. 6. It's gonna look very cartoony, but I think that's gonna be okay. Oh, hello again, Childish Gambino. Oh, the nib? Yeah, the little nib. I don't know why, but my brain wants to remember how I came across Kiwi. Was it random? No, I think someone told us to raid Kiwi. And then I just kind of fell in love with their design, and then the rest was history. Okay, I gotta round this shit out. Someone raided into them. Yeah, but were we the one that raided into them, or was it someone else that raided into them? That's my question. This would be silver. Maybe it was your raid? Did I talk about it in the video I made for them? I might have talked about it in the video that I made for them. The swamp gets a little quirky. Nope. I don't know how I said. I know. Absolutely enamored. I remember how I found. It was because of Naomi, right? I don't know why I say right. I know that's true. Yeah. I think I found a lane through Buffy. Yes, yeah, I remember your name being brought up by Buffy a few times. So I feel it's very possible, actually, Happy, that I knew of you before you knew of me, which I think is very fun. And then I found out a Cat because of you right after. Yeah, we love Cat. I think Cat's actually the third person I think that we're doing for this month, I think. Hold on, let me open the file. Guess what? Chicken. What if it's not, though? But what if you've just duped yourself and it's not actually chicken butt? I think I found you in my recommendations. That's very possible. Ah, fuck. And say you're cool. Oh, thank you, Norman. That means so much to me. Thank you. Who cares? Chicken is funny. It is funny. It is funny. Norman, I am very grateful to have you here. So thank you for always coming in. Thank you for being a regular part of my life. I made this nib too long. Fuck. Norman's so sweet. Norman is sweet. I like to subvert expectation. Me fucking too, dude. Me fucking too. I like that cat. What was I thinking of? I don't remember what I was thinking about. There you go. That does not look right, bruh. Fuck. Fuck. I think it's because it's a little bit like this and then. Fuck. Uh-oh. It's not looking. Want to hear it? Yes, I would love to. Oh, fuck. Oh, man. Best quote I ever said was just, the universe can lick me. I do like that. It's funny. Okay, you know what? No, wait, no, I got this. I got this. I got this. I got this. Was it here? It could have been like 6 different chats. I don't think it was here. Because that doesn't ring a bell to me at the very least. Okay, and if we edit... There we go. Okay, now we just need a hand. Because I don't think... Yeah, they only do one, so... Okay. Where's my Nicto bean? I'm going to borrow that hand, and then... Pin... Someone said, listen to the universe, and the universe is pissing me off. Hey, you know, listen, I'd say the same exact goddamn thing. I think it's arm 1. Nope, it's not. It's arm 2. Okay. Don't worry, I will make the arm bigger. So that's how I responded. That's okay. It's a good hand, thank you. I'm gonna redo it a bit for QE stuff, but... So that came out. I think that's fair. Sometimes when I need a good laugh, though, I will say that I will look at what the things I have permitted in automod are, and it's very funny. I don't know how to fucking draw hands. I don't know if I can get out of this one. What happened? What's happening? Okay. Oops. I'll make it look more feminine looking. Hollow made Automa flag messages. That would be pretty funny. I don't think it... Oh, a shit ton of zombies are gunning for me and there's only one way out. The Hall of Shame. That's kind of what the quoting board is for. Sometimes. but people are inclined to use it. I did not like that. Hold on, let me look at it. I wonder if I can see it. You ever sneeze like 4 times in a row and you can just feel your chest muscle straightening? Yes. I wonder if that'll activate sleeper pixels. Where is it? Where is it? What up, cool cow lady? What's up, Invisible Lock? Welcome on in. Where is it? I made someone realize they didn't allow I made someone realize they didn't allow twink because their middle only during the allergy season. It's fair. Where's the where is it? Hold on, I don't want to dox myself. Hold on. It's in here somewhere. I'm good, just sneezing a lot after my nap. I hope you had a good nap. Where to see permitted words auto mod. I kept trying shit after that, became an auto mod. That's fair. Settings moderation. Yeah, I went there. Auto mod rules, huh? Where is it? How come you don't have a lounge alien as your back? A lounging alien? Well, because if you forget, that was Mew's husband, obviously, not mine, so I can't do that. Settings under auto mod message filtering. Oh. Shaka Khan. Wait. I want to see the words that I've allowed. Mod view. Shook some ass, not gonna lie. Fuck yeah. I can hear it on Pixels' computer. It's funny. Sorry. I don't have anything to shake. You shake your soul, Pookie. You shake your soul. I found it! I gotta get the fuck out. Junkie, hose, jerking off, motherfucker, whore, dumb bitch juice fetish, cum, butthole, semen, fucks, anus, and thing. You're welcome. I'm not going back. I read it, and I read it quickly. That was a lot. Sorry. Straight up throwing a plank. Fuck yeah. Hey, but throwing something is better than throwing nothing. Thing? Clip it. No, don't clip it. Don't clip it. Really, thing? I think I just said thing. Oh, fuck, now I gotta look at it again. Yeah, thing. I don't know why. Nope, you were right. I looked at it. It's a thing. Time to begin your rap career. I don't know. I feel like I need to add one more finger because this arm only has 4 fingers. Oops. Elaine got super focused for a second. My apologies. I think this is just like this. I made this a little too thick. Oops. I was super unfocused. You're super good. I think I did this wrong. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, is it just me or does 5 fingers look wrong? When you was giving go white boy go, it is a little bit in the. I guess that looks better. Now the question is, do I want it to be the other way? I think I do. I can't tell if I like the 5th finger. You know what? On God's sake. We're gonna keep it 4 fingers, I think. Just because, like, it just makes sense to me with the bean. To have just, like, 1 less finger. Just gotta clean it up a bit. I think it's the proportions. Probably. That's fine. We can just have it be 4. Lost it in the war. The bean war. It's gotta be, like, a lot bigger, huh? Wait, now I feel like it's gotta go the other way. And you have a Markiplier quote, which one? screw it up again. Fuck. Mine is so locked in right now. Where this focus came from, I have no idea. Will it stay? Probably not. Will I use as much of it as I can? Definitely. Hold on. I think I want to do one more draw over with this hand. Talking to Spirit, I came out the womb and I lost. That is very random. Okay. Turn down the stabilization a little bit. I think it was Unis Honest. I could see that. I think, yeah. I think that's how you spell that. I think you are correct. Ooh, I did not like that finger. Oh, this looks weird. I just want to color it in so I can see what's happening. Okay, I think this finger got a little thick, I think. We can still go back. I think same with like right here. Unis Honest. Oh, sounds like a butt. Like the butt, yeah. There you go. Oh, he's got to emphasize the visual nature of the things that he talks about. I need this finger to be a little bit shorter. There we go. And this one to be the shortest. Ethan was bothering him about when he grew up. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That makes sense, actually. I remember when Unis and Honest, they like closed down their YouTube channel. So it's Frog Time for You Cruising. It's called Cruising by Childish Gambino. I remember when they were like closing their channel and people were like scattering to save all the videos, and like I at that point wasn't really watching Markiplier at the time, but I did want to watch the Unis Honest video, so I was like sad it was going away. And then my friend was like, oh, I have like, she downloaded like the videos and stuff and saved it to like a Google Drive. And I was like, yo, could like I like have access to that? Like, I won't. share it with nobody. Like, I really just want to watch it. And she was like, no, because, like, that'd be like letting too many people know about it. And I was like, what? But then she'd be like, kind of like confused with me if I didn't know, like, an honest, like, reference. And I'm like, bruh, what do you want from me? I didn't watch it. The artistic point was to have it be short-lived, but I didn't, like, realize. No, that's fair. I think for a lot of the younger audience, that's just, like, it just doesn't make sense. But, like, now it would. After it was deleted, that's fair. I've only ever seen clips. That is fair. I only ever seen clips too. I think, I don't know. I was watching Cow Chop more at the time. I was more of a Cow Chop kid at that time. So there's like no knuckle here, and I want there to be like, I think I want there to be like a knuckle right there. I don't know which arm I like more. Yeah, there's like, it's missing a piece. Like that Banksy that shredded itself. Exactly. Hold on. I need a reference of a hand. Thank you for the wellness check. It's honest about how your time is limited, like Memento Mori. Oh yeah, for sure. But I think it's like, it's hard because like the people that was his audience at that time were too young to understand that. Having shoulder account was kind of epic, yeah. Especially if like you can what do you call it? Can make a good name for yourself, you know. Hold on. I'm gonna do a little draw over this because I don't like the way it looks. It's like bugging my brain. Then like that. Actually, let me look at one of Kiwi's pictures. I think we'll probably finish Kiwi's tonight, and then I'll probably call it. And we can work on Heroics and the rest of them tomorrow's. I think that's how I want it to look. So that means this needs to come down and come in. How much are these beans? They are no price because I just do them for fun, to be honest. I just do them for fun. 13-hour stream, epic. Fuck off. I have not streaming for that long, you goober. Maybe someday in the future, we will do a super long stream. But for now, ain't no way. I'm too tired for that shit. I think I've done a 24-hour stream once. It was like once I've done that. It was for my very first debut. And that was a lot. Debut? Maybe. Technically 1K channel points. Technically. Oh my god. I drove past the Bush's Beans Factory. Think about the beans. What the fuck? Did Stendo dies and now Rainmakers? Oh, what the fuck? That's kind of crazy. What is happening to them? The mod makers just going insane? Was there something that was injected in their soups? Oops. Close the day I was driving, damn. Maybe it's like Minecraft YouTubers? I feel like I'm still wrong. You know, like I still feel wrong. I think we should have just kept with what we had here. And I think I'm overthinking this a little bit too hard. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna scoot this guy. I'm gonna clean him up. I don't think I know what I'm doing at this point. I think my brain has officially died. Thank you for the wellness check. Have you gone pee? I have gone pee. I've gone pee multiple times upon this day. You trying to procrastinate me so that way I stay here longer, Happy? Because I said I would be done when I'm done with this one. No. It's okay. We'll have plenty of time to spend together. Besides, if I stayed here for like 12... I'm not gonna lie. I got 5 more hours. Listen, I was memeing. So I really love sleep, but I was like memeing with Pixels. I was like, easy. What I do is I start stream earlier and I stream for longer and then stuff. But then at the same time, then he was like, yes, and then you get less sleep. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, you'd have to get less sleep if you did that. And I was like, no, I love sleep. There's so much work sitting here that the automatic lights turned off. Damn. I'm probably better turn them back on. Not good to sit in the darkness. Nah, Lane, don't want to burn out. You already have so much consistency with frequency. Thank you. Sleep for the week. Sleep is for the week. I get 3 to 4 hours a night. Dude, that's fucking crazy. I love sleep. I used to do that where I used to only get like 4 hours of sleep. And then I was like, Poggers, you're doing great with consistency. Thank you. And it's only because you guys and how lucky I get to be that I get to do this, you know. Would not be here without you guys. That little sleep would melt my brain. Like, I can do that a couple days. I cannot. I cannot do that anymore, I should say. That's a tail. Okay. Alright, are we missing anything for this one? I think we're good, though. I think this is good. I think we got everything that I wanted to add for Kiwis. No, I think we're good. This one is going to be Kiwi Saga's one. If I could, I would never sleep. On God, on God. Copy and paste. Make it 2. There you go. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Look at that. Look at that. So I'm off the amount I have, but I sleep too much nowadays. I need 6 hours? I need fucking 10! No, I need 8. That's a lie. I want 10 and 12. 10 and 12. 10 and 12 sound fucking amazing. What's the longest you've ever stayed up? I think it's only 24 hours. I think only 24 hours. I'm pretty weak. I need 8 to be happy, but if you want to make me really happy, 10 to 12. But then I don't have enough time to do stuff in the day, and then I get sad. So, there's that. Weak. I am weak. I am weak. But, you know, where I lack in strength, we make up for in other ways. Like being a cool goober. 48, I was binging a 3-season show. God damn! I get 9 if I don't have anywhere to be. That's fair. I did 64 and felt funny. Yeah, you should sleep. Sleeping is important. 6 if I'm working. I like 8. 8 is a good, like, I'm being a productive human being, but I want 10 to 12. Or if I get 8 only, or 8 or less, I want a nap for at least an hour. But probably more. So. No, sleep. No, sleep. I get the minute I can. Okay, well, you better be sleeping. You better be sleeping. Shut the fuck up, Happy. After 40, I start feeling itchy and see things that aren't there. So, I mean, I think you're not supposed to go, like, more than, like, I feel like a day or 2 without sleep. Because, like, on the 3rd day, it starts getting fucky. Alrighty. My brain is soup. I think actually we haven't rated Nixie in a little bit, huh? They're playing Umigari. I don't know what that's about, but it looks scary. So you guys can go watch that. Yeah, I have the daytime hallucination, and I don't think it's safe. Yeah, I get the daytime. Oh, that's spooky. I typically go off 7 nowadays, but used to be 3 to 4. 7's good. 7's good. Fun fact, long time without sleep has the same effects as drinking. It does. It does. I did hear about that. But it's important to sleep. It's important to eat. It's important to take care of yourself. Because if you don't take care of yourself, the lane can't stream anymore. So please remember to take care of yourselves. Because I love you, okay? As long as you promise to take care of yourself, then I promise to keep streaming. I try and get 10, but that usually doesn't work. That's fair. Sometimes you're just too activated. Everyone sleep. Yeah, everyone fall asleep to Nixie's stream. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Good night, my loves. That's not how you spell raid message. Here is the raid message. I will be back tomorrow for another full day. We're not doing Dragonlance tomorrow. And on Friday, we do not have D&D, so it'll be another full day of you and me. So I will be seeing you guys tomorrow. Remember that I love you very much, and please take care of yourselves and get some sleep.